just said I don't know if I can do 2 hours.
You don't. Most of the time, you don't even realize. You listen to a lot of these podcasts, and the next thing and they're like 3 to 4 hours long. You don't even realize it.
Well, that's because it piques your interest most of the time. Most of the time, I'm all, eh. Depends on what you're listening to.
I'm always trying to learn something. A lot of these are about learning what's going on. I started listening to Tucker Carlson the other day and was like, holy crap, this is gonna send me down so many fucking rabbit holes. I need to stay away from this channel. He just interviewing fucking crazy people after crazy people. And then sane people who are called crazy people that we don't know what's really going on. They might know more than what we think.
Cases, like with the case of 7OH, it's incredibly difficult to regulate it because it's hard to test for. You don't really have a test right now.
Ah, shit, I need more pyrotoxin.
Someone dies in a parking lot and they have an autopsy. They're not immediately going to test it. They don't even know if they have the capability to look for the metabolites in their bloodstream to say, like, oh, this person died from 7OH. In most cases, their deaths will just be attributed to a regular overdose. 7OH is, I think, most comparable to bath salts.
Oh man, that shit was nasty. I haven't heard about that in a couple of years, but
they successfully regulated it out of existence, but it took a while. And the similarity between 7OH and bath salts is that
Can't keep the fucking salts in the bath. Gotta put it up your nose.
So regulators beginning in Florida and some other states would say, okay, this molecule is now illegal. And so the chemists in China and in the United States and in Mexico, they would just figure out a way to add another hydrogen atom to that chemical. And all of a sudden you've got a new molecule, and that's legal. And it gives you the same experience, but because it's a little bit more complex, it's harder for your body to metabolize. Still gets you high, but it's worse for your body. And people start using that to figure out, okay, well, that's a distillation for bath salts. And so they make that illegal. And then the chemists go back and add another hydrogen atom, and so on and so forth. So it's like it's a war of escalation between the regulators and the people who are making drugs illegal, and the chemists who are turning out new substances to make them
Moving away from the phone for a second.
Fast enough so that people end up on a freeway like gnawing some guy's face off because they ate like 8th generation bath salts.
is this we're gonna get towards the interview. We're gonna journey
For sure. I think it was circumspect. My arrival at 7OH was a little circumspect through the investigation of the illicit Chinese marijuana that was happening in Maine, but it's ultimately derived from a tree that grows in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, and it's harvested. The tree is harvested. There's this elaborate chemical process that it goes through, and so they call it natural because it begins with a plant, but it's really a lab-made synthetic drug that is morphine, depending on how you measure it.
Damn. Yeah, I think I've read 46 times.
And again, it depends on how you measure it, but it is an opioid. It's a legal opioid, just like Percocet or Oxycontin. You can buy it at gas stations and convenience stores. I landed here, and it took me 10 minutes to find a place near your studio where I was able to find some gas station there.
This is a drink mix?
It's a drink mix, wonderfully flavored. Yeah, wonderfully flavored. Lemon and watermelon. Not like they're targeting the United States at all.
15 milligrams of pure 7OH. Says it's lab tested. Should we try it?
Yeah, lab tested. I don't know where the lab is. You can scan that barcode.
Yeah, let's
probably
try it.
back to some fake certificate of analysis. generated on, a large language model. Who knows where the lab
To
is?
become a new age Chinese zombie?
Senator
Hell
Mark Wayne
no.
Mullen
Okay.
recently gave a press conference. I know he had some personal experience with losing someone he loves to overdose, to opioid addiction, and talked about this, and he estimated, based on information he'd received, that this is already a $9 billion industry. Just so knowledge, just $9 billion. Is this stuff as bad as basalt? I remember the face gnawing. Yeah, the face gnawing. You'd be driving down the road, someone would be humping a palm tree, humping a parking curb. I mean, we'll put some B-roll up of this stuff. I mean, it is like the real Walking Dead. I mean, it is crazy.
It wasn't easy being a meathead.
Come on, let me skip this crap. Oh my goodness.
Now it is.
Yay.
The real meatheads, Yumbo.
Oh my god. Dude.
I mean, it is crazy.
YouTube's getting fucking ridiculous
Are you on drugs?
with the freaking
Tell me
commercials.
what's wrong. What's wrong?
Zombie.
I never said nothing about your dog. I don't want it. She asked me on Flocka. Are you on
Fuck.
Flocka?
Crawling on her fucking back
Alright, see,
legs.
before we get too far into
They're
it,
crawling on
we
her
get
hands
intro
and like
where it starts
a
out
crab
with the intro.
upside
So,
down.
Steve
Said
Robinson,
running like a dog,
Chief
fucking turned over,
Wire,
fucking
New
doing
England's-
weird shit.
New England's fastest growing digital media outlet dedicated to exposing political corruption and organized crime. Former producer of the Howie Carr Show, and he helped handle Barstool Sports' Kirk can't say that
I
name,
gotta go make some tea.
Minahan show, along with the true crime podcast, The Case. The journalist who uncovered a massive
tea.
Chinese
I haven't had my
mafia
herbs
network
in the last couple of days. I can feel it.
to Southeast China. Exclusively detailed how these criminals exploited U.S. Treasury subsidized
I got some herbs.
loans to snatch up over 70
I don't.
properties.
Just with my herbs.
Highlight on vulnerabilities
Already?
in our own system.
It lasted 6 days. It's 3.5 grams. Yeah.
And featured on major
Oh,
outlets,
yeah, I guess I
resulting
didn't.
in over 60
I'm like, I have nowhere to talk, so I'm already on my next jar. But I did get a deal the other day. I was like, big head, give me fucking $15. And that's when I sent Marlene up there to the fucking to the damn fucking dispenser. She's like, I felt like I robbed the place. There was no way I thought I was gonna walk out of there with only $45 for those 3 things. She's like, that's only like fucking almost $100. I was like, I know, that's why I said I seen that shit. I was like, jump, go, now, get it!
Would you quit? Get out of here.
Some gummy bears. Gummy bears made in the USA. All 50 states.
They're just regular gummy bears.
Beautiful.
And then I have a Patreon account, which is a subscription network that we've turned into quite the community here. And so they're the reason that I get to sit here with you today. And so one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question.
I was gonna
This is from
make a
Kevin
robot.
O'Malley. Is there any
Robots?
indication that Chinese
Oh, great.
nationals involved in organized crime are acting at the directive of the Chinese government?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. How so?
Those things are funny and annoying at the same time.
Law enforcement
Should get some
sources
good
have
experience from me making it if you're
time
close.
and again have drawn direct, bright lines between the organized crime activities in Maine and
Taking
New York,
forever.
California, Oklahoma, straight to the
Or-
Chinese
29, 87,
That's not
86,
satisfactory for
4.
me that some law enforcement or government source says, oh, this is connected to the CCP. What I prefer to rely on is
29,
my own
88,
reporting and things that I've
111.
and things that I've worked with other journalists to uncover.
Went
And
out
to give you a
4,
specific
8,
example, I grew up in a town called
4,000.
Dexter. It's right in the center
Yeah,
of the state of Maine.
4,200
Used to be home to
something.
Dexter Shoes.
Actually, 5,000. What am I talking about? Because it went over 100.
From my childhood
That's over 9,000.
This property was purchased by some
Shit.
Chinese individuals from the Flushing, New York area
Stupid robot's
around
heavy.
2021 and converted into
Yeah, a little overweight.
drug house, a marijuana
It's like 500 pounds.
Damn.
as part of our
Yeah,
investigation
that's like
into
all my
the
weight.
Chinese drug cartel activity in Maine, had identified
But I don't want to
some
shut
of
up
these
this little
properties
fucking
as
ghost station down here.
began
Where's your
traveling
Veilwind?
all around the state, visiting them, trying to interview the people who were there. If there
Hmm.
were people there,
Somewhere.
trying to interview them.
I think I put him up because there's too many animals out.
On Highland Avenue, we
I'll
found
just
I
a
throw
don't
the
know what
bag.
color yellow I used, and I done used it all.
express van that looked like it had been converted to carry either the maximum number
Whatever.
of laborers or maybe the maximum number of trash bags full of cannabis. The other was a very nice BMW car. Dexter is a poor town. A BMW sticks out. You know, that vehicle's probably worth more than the median income of most people in that town. And as I observed the vehicle, there were two T-shirts, bright red T-shirts, strapped over the front driver's seat and the passenger seat. Which is weird. Who does that? And as I looked closer at them, they had Chinese script and Chinese logos on them. And I photographed them, saved them for analysis later. And those T-shirts turned to be logos for the Seashore Association of New York, which is one of these Chinese benevolent associations.
Still surviving?
They're technically often organized as 501c3 nonprofits, but for New York. They're part of the United Front, which is the Chinese Communist Party's umbrella organization for their activities to infiltrate and conduct espionage on other countries. So the Issue Association has a presence in my hometown in Dexter. Wow. Right next, I can't tell you how many times I've chased my Cocker Spaniel when he got loose through the backyard of this house. And here's this, I guess, Communist Party paraphernalia present there. So we write a story about this. I thought it was noteworthy in part because we were less than a mile away from a U.S. Army Reserve garrison. It does not have a lot of military facilities, but we do have one in Dexter, and I'm familiar with this one because it was the garrison that my brother served at. And there's probably 7 other transnational criminal organization affiliated properties encircling this particular U.S. military facility. So I thought that was newsworthy. I published a story about it. Another journalist, Philip Lindsay from the Daily Caller News Network, is the best China journalist in America. Was able to, because he
Like
speaks
rearranging the deck chair.
Chinese culture and language, was able to expand on my report from the ground and dig into the Seashore Association. And what he found is that the executive director of the Seashore Association is a guy named Ron Wayzilla, who was among the first to be arrested in 2022 in Carmel, Maine, about an hour from where I found those T-shirts, a very large chicken barn that had been converted into a marijuana grow. There was 4 investigated, 3 other individuals arrested. He was photographed along with his cousin or some kind of relative, and he was the executive director of the Seashore Association. There are other examples like that where we know that individuals who are coordinating with the Chinese consulate in New York are directly tied to marijuana grows throughout Maine. And it's one of these things where it's sort of a puzzle that has to be fit together through financial records, real estate records, electrical records, physical inspections of the properties, eyewitness accounts, interviews with neighbors. But you can start to take this property in Dexter where those shirts were, then the barn in Carmel, and you can find out that this same guy hooked up the 400 amp electricity for this property and this property and this property, and the owner of this property also owns all of these properties. And if you look at it hard enough and long enough, you can start to see how all of them interrelate. It's not a case of a cultural cultural phenomenon where Chinese migrants to the United States all glommed onto this idea that they could come to America and make a bunch of money growing pot. It is a coordinated and sophisticated effort. There's a playbook that they have that they developed in California, Washington State, and in Oklahoma. And when Maine legalized marijuana in 2020 and formalized our adult use recreational and medicinal programs, they brought that playbook to Maine.
Shit. So, and this
Oh,
is
my
kind of
stuff in
where,
your way?
this is kind
Sorry.
of where your journey starts with that Chinese organized crime in Maine, correct? Sorry, our wedding will have to be wrong.
There's your spot back.
Congratulations! You get the plant alive for another day. You deserve the sweet and tangy reward of a new prickly pear raspberry Whataburger from Whataburger. Refreshing!
An icicle treat for every small thing. What a burger.
Yes. All right. Let's do it. Let me strap in with a nicotine here. So let's start at the beginning. What got your interest in Chinese organized crime in Maine? Because I've got family up in Maine, and I don't see a lot of Chinese, or Asian population. I see a lot of Somalis, but I don't see a lot of Chinese. So how
Because
does
they're
that
not allowed to leave the house.
say that again?
They're not allowed to leave the house.
Who's the Chinese?
Workers, yeah, for the most part, they're what amounts to indentures.
Oh, I forgot my sister was off all week. I'm like, why is she still up?
Seen at these properties are victims of trafficking. And there was actually
Yesterday was her birthday.
an indictment handed down in the district of
She got the rest of the week off.
Massachusetts in which
They always make her work her birthday. I don't like it.
showed that these guys were reading my reporting on their activities in the state, but also they were smuggling people from China into Mexico across the border, flying them to New England, stealing their passports, putting them in safes, and bringing them to marijuana grows.
Cat, I forgot you out here.
You're working at the cannabis house to work off your snakehead debt. Yeah, you're going to work here until you pay back the money you owe us for smuggling here.
Gotcha. I want to be clear. I want to do this interview one to bring awareness to what's going on. I mean, it sounds like there's putting all kinds of chemicals and shit in marijuana, CBD, and then all the other stuff that we're gonna.
They're putting all kinds of crazy chemicals in marijuana.
To that,
Something we've all noticed that fucking come from the dispensaries here lately is they've started putting limonene in it.
People that are dabbling in that don't know what they're getting into. How
Whoa,
addictive
background
this shit
talking.
can be and how it can
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that low.
So those are my goals, but let's dive in. So how did the Chinese organized crime in Maine pop onto your radar?
So in August of 2022, Jenny Tare, who at the time, she's a New York Post reporter now, but at the time she was at the Daily Caller News Foundation, she published a story based on a leaked Customs and Border Protection memo that just said that there were thousands of illicit Chinese marijuana grows in the United States that were operating in concert with the Chinese Communist Party, that they were using the proceeds of these organizations to fund human trafficking, narcotics trafficking, all kinds of other illicit activities. And the memo said that 270 or more of these locations were in Maine, and a number of them were also in Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a serious problem, probably worse than Maine, with this issue. But as a journalist who was based in Maine, I said, geez, if there's 270 of these drug houses in Maine, I've got to be able to find them. And one of the first things I did was call a friend of mine who I grew up with. He played center on my high school football team.
Fuck that
And,
fucking robot
he's
go.
a master electrician. I knew that
And it begins.
huge amounts of electricity. And so I figured if somebody would know about this, he would know about it. He also happens to smoke marijuana. And so I called and said, hey, is this something that's happening? Is this real? He was like, oh yeah. And I could tell just from the tone of his voice that it was like, it wasn't just like, oh yeah, there's some guys up here who are doing this. It was like, yeah, this is real. This is common. This is common. He'd been asked to spec some jobs installing 400 amp commercial grade electricity at properties where you don't need 400 amp electricity. It just did explain like the basics of electricity. You know, a lot of the older homes in Maine probably have like 500 amp entrances. 100 amps is common as well. If you have a hot tub and a bunch of mini split heat pumps and all your appliances running on electricity.
Please allow me to clean up my user's mess.
That's like if you've got, you know, an auto park with very intense electronics. That's why you would need a 400 amp entrance. All of these rooms have 400 amp entrances because the amount of power that you need to keep the lights on, for one, but the lights generate heat, and so they need an abundance of mini split heat pumps, which are air conditioners that can also do heating. They're common appliances. So they need to be able to suck the heat out from the lights and maintain a perfectly stable atmosphere for their marijuana plants. So the marijuana grows all have very advanced electricity and lots of heat pumps. They're kind of easy to spot once you know what you're looking for. But once I was talking with my friend who's the electrician, he was telling me about these jobs where people who could barely speak English, groups of young military-aged Chinese men trying to get him to install enough electricity for properties to, you know, operate 6 electric stoves simultaneously. It was just stuff that didn't make sense to him. It wasn't residential electrical needs. It was just, you know, like his spidey sense went off and he just said, no, I'm not doing those jobs. But he knew enough about different areas where someone said yes to those jobs. And he knew who said yes to those jobs. And his input was enough for me to be like, okay, we're on to something here. There's something going on. And I got in touch with Jenny and eventually was able to get her to come up to Maine. And she didn't publish, but had been given a partial list of addresses. Because in addition to the Homeland Security memo that identified just the raw number, 270 sites, there was a list of addresses of these sites that had been flagged. I don't know how that list was created. I suspect it was just tips that had come in over time and someone had filed them away. But we were able to take the 12 or 15 addresses and do a dive into the property records to see who had purchased them, when, and some of the other details about the tax records and that kind of thing. And we were able to visit the properties and try to get interviews, see what's going on, talk with neighbors. And we found that every single one of them, they were very obviously marijuana grows. You had the advanced electricity, you had the heat pumps, you had individuals there who
Fucking commercials.
Individuals who what?
That's what I said, commercial.
heat pumps. You had individuals there who, when we encountered people who were actually there, they 99% of the time they can't talk to us, and that's either a decision that they're making strategically in order to avoid or they actually don't speak English. Usually, what we would encounter is somebody would come out and pick up their phone, tell us the number, and then hand the phone, and someone on the other end of the line who could kind of speak English would, stories, husband and wife shopping for a home, different things like that. And eventually we asked about marijuana, and it would dummy up. But we were never able to really
Get down the walkway again, didn't we?
Nope, just smoking.
with their neighbors. So it was much more.
Putting my hand in front of the face.
And we found that properties are purchased. A clean-cut a Chinese couple who speaks English shows up shortly after. They come to the neighbors. They give a gift of a bottle of wine or a bottle of cognac, or in one case a Peking duck.
Why is there always
From New York,
alcohol?
and they introduce themselves and they say that they're fleeing COVID. They are trying to get out of the city, so they've purchased this place for their family in Maine, and their
demon
family's
that
going
can
to be
take
staying
over
there.
you.
And then that couple's never
So why
never
not
seen again.
make it
what
easier
follows is a steady flow
to infiltrate you.
of military-aged Chinese men. In some cases,
You have to be
older
weak for that to
Chinese
happen, no matter how
individuals.
fucked up you get.
This very obvious odor of
Yes,
marijuana,
but
both
the
active
alcohol
pungent
helps
skunk
open it
flower
up.
that people are familiar with, but also the kind of
No.
decaying detritus of marijuana.
There's a demon
once it's
also in the
harvested
list
and
of
just
demons
thrown
that
out
is
back
called
into a pile, and it has its own kind of
alcohol.
decaying plant matter smell. And you call these restrictor fans arriving every
That's why they also
35
call
to
it
40
spirits.
days. So
To allow
this
spirits
is
to
all
get
legal,
into you.
correct? No. So this is important context because in Maine, in 2020,
I feel like I got sweet tea on my nose somehow.
Snorting that booger sugar.
It took until 2020 for the lawmakers to roll out
Did I send you that fucking...
Yes.
adult use
Yeah.
recreational program.
That shit's fucking hilarious. They're getting outrageous with these.
Recreational program is
Fucking
highly
thing.
regulated, and there's
I like the
still
pretend
tracking,
influencer
there's
ones.
mandated
Fucking
testing.
perfect.
It's counterintuitive, but the medicinal program is less regulated. In either case, you are capped on the number of plants that you can grow. There are things you have to do, like locking your dumpsters, surveilling different areas. Everybody who's going to come in contact with your plants has to have a license as a subpermit.
Jake Paul hates
It's
all
a
the
very
AI
tightly
stuff because the
regulated
people like to make
process. But
things where
every
he's
single
saying
Chinese
fucking
marijuana
all my
grower, they are in
fights
some
are
cases
fake.
105
I've paid all these
1,000
people to
times
lose.
whatever the plant limits are. In addition to that,
He's fucking
thousands
outrageous
times.
about that
We're
shit.
way so
I don't know who
shit.
that
How
is,
big
but
are
that's
these
fun.
pump houses? They vary from
He's the guy who
water
boxed Mike
trailers
Tyson not too
to
long ago.
I've seen
Oh,
there's
still
one
don't know who
that
that
they
is.
tried
I
to
mean, I know
build
who Mike Tyson
marijuana
is, but
that was an old factory in Lewiston.
Chicken
It
Jockey
was,
has
I
joined.
think, 350,000 square feet. Still, if they finished it, it would have been the largest indoor marijuana grow in North America.
So why are the Chinese so
Gotta be
interested
honey.
in, you said there were ties back to the CCP.
Oh,
Why are they
goodness.
so interested in
oh my goodness,
the marijuana business? Is it just business?
shit is
Or, I
happening.
mean, we know about,
Where?
Oh, I don't know with you.
sources of fentanyl are all coming from China.
Oh.
We know about China buying up
Oh no, I
all
just
over the United States,
keep.
especially
I
around
kept going down the
military
stairs
bases.
and
That's been covered
going
for
into the
years
bedroom
now.
area.
I don't think a lot of people know about it.
Oh.
I mean, guys, we've been talking
It's
about
like,
this
oh my
for years.
goodness.
So,
Oh,
what is
that's right.
what is the
You
motive?
distracted me,
Is
damn
it
it.
cash flow or
I'll take you to the bedroom area.
I fucking wish.
is if you're on our list? Is now on our list. The most advanced AI
Skip.
what is the motive? Is it just cash flow or
Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah,
It's a
it's
very
not the
low
podcast
risk
talking anymore.
activity. It's a very low risk way to generate huge amounts of cash. At the congressional hearing on the September 18th, I guess there was an individual from Oklahoma who estimated that the illicit business in Oklahoma, which is dominated by Chinese players,
Watching you play
was worth $150 billion.
showed me how to move shit over easier.
And it's a cash business. It's a cash business.
What do you mean?
Everywhere you
Like, I didn't
go.
know you could just use RT to move a whole stack of something.
Operators, because the federal
I'm over here like
Huh?
dragging it across the
government prevents you from
screen.
accessing traditional payment rails. So you can't swipe a Visa credit card.
You know, you can like hold A and like use your left joystick to move whatever over.
So you're dealing with
Oh, like it's a mouse and keyboard?
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Oh,
And then I
so
saw you
didn't
moving
know that
shit,
the-
and I was like, what the fuck? Let me Google this real
Really?
quick. Yeah.
I think that law enforcement has a little strain of
I was like,
And
how
also,
the
if you
fuck?
overestimating
They moving that
if you
shit
put-
so fast.
if you look at it, it says
the equation
menu,
costs of doing
and then you
business.
can also just transfer that too, and
Yeah,
I
but-
transfer one at a time.
Only one at a time.
Schools of copper
Yes.
wire to
Yeah,
put
no
together a
thanks.
marijuana grow. So I think that might be a little bit on the high end, but we're talking about massive,
It's more
massive
So they'll
amounts
drop
of
the whole
dollars
bag.
that are then reinvested into new real
There's a
estate.
fuck. I was gonna say there's a bunch of them up here you can
Other
fucking
malign
take.
activities of the
This all
CCP.
needs to go and be
Some of this
used.
stuff goes
Oh man,
I mean,
and I can't use the incubator either. My eggs are stuck in there until I can use it. I forgot this thing has berries in it.
You want the eggs out of the incubator?
Yeah.
Which eggs do you want?
Slot 2 and
Oh
3.
my god.
I don't know who put that other one in
Yes,
slot
and
one.
yes.
I don't want that one.
So
Trash.
Slot one was
cannabis
mine.
Oh,
producing
no. I have a better mount
It's
to
a-
raise it.
has pesticides on it, banned substances,
It just was needing to grow up.
pesticides that have been identified on
You not get them out. I can't get them out.
7364, 7364, 81 103, 81 103, 410.
the Siskiyou Forest
410.
in California, they have what are called hoop houses. We can find a YouTube video of some people who've flown drones.
They're all the same.
Like city-sized
Whatever.
What are you talking about?
I don't want
One's
it.
better than the other.
Which are greenhouses. They'll grow marijuana in there, and then they'll set up
Making me think there was something wrong with that egg, and I was like, that's the egg I want.
Watch
Here,
it be a pretty
take the
color.
bag.
herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides, many of which have been imported
2 and 3 up front.
no legal use in
The incubator
the U.S.
was.
And
I didn't want to do that and then like fuck it up.
the smoke fills the hoop house
Thanks.
and coats the marijuana
Uh-huh.
and ensures that you don't have any product loss to mold. If that's a big problem with marijuana, is the heat, humidity, you're going to get mold, you're going to lose your marijuana. This is like dropping off, Agent Orange or a nuclear bomb that's going to kill everything except for your marijuana.
Ah,
What?
Do
that
this
was
at a smaller level in houses in
I don't know. I was
as well,
talking.
where
They're
they'll
talking
cut
about
half a beer can,
something coating
the
marijuana.
very same Mylar bags
Yeah,
that
I
they're
gotta pick this
finding in
incubator up and
California.
go
They'll
back and.
find them in Maine.
I don't know why I
They'll
put
put
the
them in a
eggs
beer
back in
can,
there.
They'll burn them, and they smoke the whole house so that they don't get any mildew or mites or whatever pests
Just
on
rolled
their
it like a few
marijuana
minutes.
plants. And that marijuana is then
Oh,
later
dude.
consumed along with whatever crazy Chinese pesticides.
3131. That's way too far.
We get to the bottom of it, and so is this a business that they've generated to procure more real estate in the United States, or are they poisoning the marijuana, or, it could be anything. China has so many angles on it.
Yes, and yes.
What am I missing?
So the cannabis that they're producing, more often than not, has pesticides on it, banned substances. There are 13 or 14 different pesticides that have been identified on Chinese grows in California that are prohibited for use in the United States on anything.
And these are indoor.
Fucking goddamn piece of shit ass commercial.
Indoor.
Oh man, my friend
There are
Jessica.
indoor grows in
Oh, sorry.
the Siskiyou Forest in Northern California.
Okay.
They have what are called hoop houses. We can find the YouTube video of some people who have flown drones over them, but they're like
Your friend Jessica, I pause it.
Oh, no, you didn't have to do that. It's fine. It's not that important.
Well, you was talking about it, so it seemed like it was important.
You can tell she's not from here. I had used the phrase, when I got home, I crashed. And she's like, no, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, no, I just took a really long nap. And she's like, I've never heard anybody say that before. And then she's like, looking at games on Amazon or somewhere and sent me a link to a game that's not out yet. I was like, hell yeah, that looks cool.
Ark Raiders.
No, it's Terrifier, the arcade game. And I was like, hey, that's neat, or that's cool, I'd play it. She said, yeah, but it says arcade game. She doesn't know what arcade, like this. I was like, it's just the style of the game. That was all. Continue on.
And that's Chicken Jessica.
Yeah, she's from Mexico. It's just things that we're so used to, we take for granted, like stuff like that. Like, telling somebody, oh, I got home and I crashed. She's brand new.
Yeah. Well, I guess it didn't translate right.
I guess, yeah. She thought I
'Cause
wrecked the
then
car.
it sounded like, yeah, you wrecked the car.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're just standing there. Why are you just standing there?
Because I forgot what I was doing.
No, not you, the fucking
Oh,
robot.
okay. Like, because I was just standing
Like
here.
again, not you, the fucking robot. Let's see if I can fucking throw him over the fucking edge here soon.
He'll still be down there doing shit, or trying to.
Well, as soon as Garfield fucking builds the thing, I'll stop throwing things off the edge. But we need that bio grinder. Oh, next time to 10 is a minute. Then 17, minute 23.
Oh, I was making drugs. I gotta switch to this server here in a minute.
Another bit of decluttering for the user.
Oh. The bow's in the whip slot. Almost boating.
You about to shoot everybody? Why'd they make the test dummies women?
Steve.
You can do that?
Yeah, watch, I'll change it to... Where you at?
Punched its left hip.
I changed this one inside to a man. You just come up to it, where's it at?
I've never messed with these.
Survivor setting. Yeah, and then change to male dummy. Let it turn green.
Huh. Steve needs to get a girlfriend. Or something.
Or something's right, because last time he had a girlfriend, fucking, she took all his money and...
Poor guy. You don't pick the first one that comes along.
Most guys don't realize that. But then again, it's like that would be true though, if everyone was still virgins. Cause then the bond is stronger whenever it's like the first one. That's why older people stayed together longer, cause their bond was stronger, cause of being two virgins having sex together.
Exactly why. Me and my last ex didn't get it. Was not about to pop that cherry. No thanks.
Sound like an 80-year-old virgin. What the hell?
He was 30. "40-year-old virgin," close enough.
The user's friend.
He was already puppy dogging enough.
Dude, will it help your feelings if I just put the fucking thing up here and I just transfer them all down there? God damn, Robot.
Oh, fuck. Oops, I brought the cat with me. On my toes. Why are you always stepping on my toes?
Nowhere left to stash this stuff.
Lots of peppers. Go back to your marijuana.
Huh?
Your podcast.
I'm pretty... Oh, I was like, I'm pretty high. I don't know why I need to go back to my marijuana.
Over here, I can't reach you from over there.
Oh great, since it's so broken now to fucking get the fucking thing to write the 47 where you're doing stacks, you have to actually like hit it like on the center, like where the the little line is blinking at you.
That's so annoying. Oh, sorry, little dodo. Oops, has a 150 turtle.
Whoa.
My bad.
Oh, I didn't mess anything up. It was
Oh,
just
okay.
scary on my end. Wasn't really paying attention. There's this effing robot up here.
Oh, got out the whip too.
Okay. That's what he's doing. He's fucking acting right now, isn't he?
What are you doing to them fertilizers?
What do you mean?
When you,
Would I do the 5 to it?
yeah.
Oh, so that way the robot knows to put... It's gonna keep
Oh.
5 stacks of fertilizer in here at all time. And so he knows to go over to the vault over there and extract the fertilizer out and put it in these all whenever he needs it. That's all this job's gonna do. Put fertilizer in, pull fucking plant-wise seeds out. He's not gonna do meat like that last one we had. He's not gonna do anything else other than pull these things. Can you keep up with the simplicity of that? Who knows?
Yeah, was it the center map, I think? They kept getting stuck under the stairs or like walking in circles.
It was the island map, and I don't know what was wrong with them. They would get stuck fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
And then I had to sit there and open up doors and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
"35 seconds.
Oops, wrong wyvern. Look.
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. And then a snack later.
Mm-hmm. I got sandwiches and cake, so.
Yes, and yes. It'd be,
Oh, it's
it'd
like,
be
oh,
like your
it's
first
gonna
day
be.
at the gym when you forgot to eat that day and still went and worked out.
Huh?
It's gonna be like your first day at the gym when you didn't eat that day but you still went and worked out.
No, it's gonna be like that day that you realize that you're like old.
Yeah. Fuck.
And you're like, oh shit, my lungs ain't working like they used to.
That's gonna be you. Me, it's my joints.
I'm like,
Hold on, I can't breathe.
let me get that inhaler. I'm having an asthma attack.
Oh man.
I'm breathing too hard.
Hopefully, I need my oxygen tank. Hopefully, it's before that point.
Damn it, Missy.
While things still bend.
Well, things still rise. What you talking about?
That too.
I mean, we might still make sperm down there, but they don't rise still. What a cruel joke.
It is. Oh yeah, we got a meth lab up in here.
With a worker that I gotta fucking whip all the time. I want to set him up so he fucking does the rest of the crops too and puts them in refrigerators. But I'm scared to have him do more than one task.
Mm-hmm.
Minute 31. Oh yeah. He said, back to your marijuana. Back to my show?
City-size areas where they put up these hoop houses, which are greenhouses. They'll grow marijuana.
Yeah, let's
in
play
there,
this in
and
front
then
of
they'll
Dad's
set up
TV.
like a 55-gallon drum.
They
And
wanted
then
to
fill
hook
it
up to
with
Dad's
sawdust,
TV. I'm like,
which is
no,
a
stop.
mixture of all of these different herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides, many of which have been imported from China and have no legal use in the U.S. And they'll put a wick in them and burn them. And the smoke fills the hoop house and coats the marijuana and ensures that you don't have any product loss to mold. Because that's a big problem with growing marijuana is the heat, humidity. You're going to get mold. You're going to lose your marijuana. So this is like dropping off, Agent Orange or a nuclear bomb that's going to kill everything except for your marijuana.
Yay.
And they're doing this at a smaller level in houses in Maine as well, where they'll cut half a beer can, take these very same Mylar bags that they're finding in California, they'll find them in Maine, they'll dump them into a beer can, they'll burn them, and they smoke the whole house so that they don't get any mildew or mites or whatever pest on their marijuana plants. And that marijuana is then later consumed along with whatever crazy Chinese pesticides have been applied to it, because there's not a lot of testing on it. And if it's exported across state lines, that's inherently illegal. So whoever takes custody of it after that, whoever sells it after that, they're already breaking the law.
Well,
And
shit.
there's not really going to be any
Guess that's one way to stop me.
recourse for a consumer who finds out that they
I
bought
lost my lighter.
illegal weed in a
Even though the fucking money, the weed, and the lighter should all be right here in the tray.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where the fuck? I didn't take it over to the fucking computer when I went over there.
Oh fuck.
in the United States that we don't really know where it's being grown. Can't possibly know where it's being grown. The supply chain is so distributed. So the first thing I would say is yes, it
Where the
furthers
fuck is that?
these goals to
Someone
have
with a
as
phone,
much cheap,
underneath the
crappy,
plate.
poisoned pot as possible on the streets, as widely available as possible. So instead of being, fit and patriotic and smoking pot all day playing Xbox. Like,
Hell yeah.
Sounds like my dream.
establish a network that is multimodal in that some of these products are distributed in the form of vape cartridges. So they're just the
Alright, we are going to be stacked on meat for this
or
weekend.
traditional cannabis vapes, where it's just a little canister that's got some oil in it, and that's the extracted, refined, 99% THC version of the product. You create that by stuffing a metal tube or a glass tube full of cannabis leaf or cannabis bud.
My favorite.
Blow butane gas or some other kind of gas through it, and all of the oils dissolve
You can also
out
use
into that
CO2.
gas, including pesticides and fungicides, by the way. Out the bottom comes the pure THC, which is then used for gummies, vapes, whatever kind of product. But the end result is that you get these little teeny weeny canisters that you can sell at hemp shops, head shops, wherever, all over the United States. And people are going to pay to have them distributed, people are going to pay to buy them, and they're going to put them up to their mouths and they're going to suck on them because they think they're going to get high. And if you were a planner for the Chinese military and you wanted to do something bad to the United States, what better network for the distribution of a chemical or biological weapon than a network that's going to self-distribute these little vials, millions of them, to 10,000 different little tobacco shops and head shops all across the United States, and people are going to suck it directly into their lungs. So there's a lot of hypotheticals and potentials.
So we've already found out that
certainly exists.
they will
built
put in
they're
stuff, and it's like
hundreds of billions of dollars to do whatever they want with, to support human trafficking, to support bringing things
I
across
forgot
the
what I was
border,
gonna
to
say because
support
everything already
buying
needed
up
fucking
property
tending.
in New Hampshire, to support buying up real estate next to military bases.
All they have to do is just wait us out. We're already not breeding enough.
Question of what they're doing with all of this money, I think, is for some of your old colleagues and friends to determine. The FBI, I think, should be on this. The United States government should be answering those questions and tracking that money. But what we found in Maine is how they're generating the money.
Fuck.
And the schemes that have allowed
I gotta
them
go to the
do it
restroom
now
and
for
make some
5
tea.
years without attracting
Be right back.
significant
Oh, I remember what I was
Oh,
gonna say now.
okay.
before. We already found out that those little vape marijuana things,
Mhm.
some of them have lead fucking burners in them
Oh yeah.
because they're trying to kill us through lead and have people ingest lead through vaping.
That Hillsdale College is offering a brand new
Hi,
free
I'm done.
online
Oh,
course
okay.
called The Federalist. The Federalist Papers were authored
Damn.
by founding
Sorry.
fathers Alexander Hamilton and James
Well, leave on that then.
Buy it today. It's Saya.
Justin was a hard velocity and hard moving guy.
Okay, now I'll be right back.
Enjoyed speed of the
Okay.
game. That's the kind of pitcher he was.
Today, it's psyopshow.com. Link is in the show notes. The stakes have never been higher. Do you feel it? That something's off? What if none of this is real? For decades, wars have been fought in silence. No bullets, no bombs, just influence. Psychological operations, psyops. What if it's all designed for you? Find out who's really pulling the strings.
Okay.
I'm Sean Ryan.
Oh
This is
goodness.
Target
Oh,
Intelligence.
sorry.
Psyop.
Are you okay? Are your toes okay? Yeah. You don't give a fuck.
Uncover the ghosts in the machine. Buy it today.
Watch out, we both can't fit through here.
psyopshow.com. So these are illegal. These are illegal platforms. Yes. How is an illegal platform able to get their marijuana into a dispensary that supposedly is regulated?
In states where marijuana is legal, we have fictional systems set up where there's a company that sells a computer program that's supposed to track
This is why it's better to just grow your own.
But in Maine, our medicinal program doesn't even have that tracking.
Everything.
So, in the existing legal marijuana system, there are all kinds of loopholes. And the Chinese are very skilled and very adept at exploiting these loopholes. To give you a concrete example, in the beginning of Maine's experience with triad weed, there were some individuals who came up to me. One of them was Johnny Wu. Johnny Wu comes up to me, speaks great English. He rents a facility outside of our state capital. He's growing marijuana there. He gets his medicinal marijuana license using his Massachusetts driver's license. And purports to be complying with all the rules. But he, using his marijuana card, can go around to all of these other grows and grab their illegally grown marijuana and then bring it to dispensaries and offer it to them. And say, oh, no, this is legal. I grew it. See, I'm legal. This is my license. Pay no attention to the fact that all of this flour looks different and it's all in different baggies, and you can know just based on common sense that it didn't come from the same grow. But I've got my license. Your ass is covered. And oh, by the way, it's 50% what some other guy's gonna charge you. This is in the middle of the pandemic when the state of Maine was in this severe lockdown, so much economic uncertainty, people are trying to put bread on the table, and somebody's offering you
Good job.
that you can mark up and make a buck off of. Yeah, you're going to take them up on
Wait.
it, and then it's laundered into the existing medicinal system. So that's one example of how the illegally
Did you leave the top
cannabis
open?
can be laundered into the legal
Oh, did I? I think it was already open.
sales system.
I don't know.
The other method that they're using increasingly is through the hemp loophole. And this is a national problem that really started in 2018 with the legalization of hemp cultivation, which was led by Senator Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell at the time. The idea was that there's lots of hemp farmers.
Dude was contemplating his life.
Pretty soon,
To jump or not jump.
T-shirts and sweatshirts made out of hemp, and they'll make concrete out of hemp, and it'll be environmentally friendly. That never panned out. What happened instead was we gave rise to this whole new class of intoxicating hemp products. There's chemicals that you can extract from hemp and then convert into intoxicating substances, but we also have smokable hemp products that can have chemicals added to them that make them psychoactive, that turn them into drugs. But most of what we have is we have like illegally grown weed in Maine that is brought into a state like Tennessee or Kentucky or whatever prohibition state, and is then sold as hemp. And what they call it is THCA, which is just a totally fictitious invented term to describe.
That's the Chinese
just
weed.
actual marijuana. Actually, I have some for you. Not quite gummy bears, and I wouldn't encourage you to consume.
It's not fictitious.
I bought this about 10 minutes after I got off the plane.
It's like white tea. It's just
This
marijuana that's not fully grown.
the biggest prohibition states, or the strictest marijuana laws in the country.
Smells just like it.
It's weed. It's cannabis. It's not hemp, but it's being sold as THCA, and it's being sold in a prohibition state. It was one product in 40 jars up on a wall in a random head shop. What are the chances that I just happened to pick the one head shop to stop at, and I found all kinds of cannabis being grown in a state where it's supposed to be illegal? So there's
Stop it.
that loophole, the THCA loophole, but there's also there's all kinds of various ways where tobacco shops, hemp shops, and head shops are selling real cannabis that they procure from cultivation states like Maine, Michigan, California, Oklahoma, Washington State, and sell illegally.
So what is the difference between THCA, THCP, Delta 8, Delta 10? I can't remember which one, but I think it's Delta 8. It's huge in Tennessee. What is the difference? What is it?
Yeah, so the
Delta 8's nice.
species
Especially
of
if you get the
cannabis
syrup.
plant,
Oh man.
there's cannabis sativa
It's
and
better than
cannabis
lean.
indica. Those are the most common ones. Those are the ones that are going to get you high. guy. Cannabis sativa is like the heady buzz that makes you feel like you're, you know, brilliant and you can go do a painting or something. Cannabis indica that makes you feel like you're being sucked into a couch. The other form of cannabis is just hemp, and it's non-psychoactive, and it doesn't have THC delta 9. THC delta 9 is the primary psychoactive ingredient in all
You are
cannabis.
too big to be over here.
It's basically, it's the, getting back to the bath salts thing, we've developed our regulatory regime around a molecule. In this case, it's THC delta 9. So when we created the hemp law in 2018, we decided that anything that tested at a certain point in time as having a small enough percentage of THC delta 9 was going to be treated as hemp, not illicit cannabis, not a drug, and that was going to allow for this hemp industry to flourish. So THC delta 9 is the primary psychoactive ingredient, but it's one of like 150 different cannabinoids that are present in the marijuana plant. There's a bunch that are non-psychoactive, CBN, CBA, some that are helpful for sleep, some that are helpful for anti-inflammation. There are some genuine medicinal properties to cannabinoids that are found in the marijuana plant. CBD is a large one that I'm sure you've seen marketed all over the place as a cure.
Now you're working, ain't you,
joint
bitch?
pain
I had to whip you like
sleep,
8 times.
whatever.
I heard it
In addition to
in my
those
headphones.
cannabinoids, you also have delta 10 and delta 8, which I would describe as delta 9 adjacent. So
He really wants to go to like the opposite side of the fucking
they're going to give you a little bit
thing
of
to grab everything up.
the experience of a high. If you're
I need to move the
marijuana user,
refrigerators,
you're not going to
put the plants there.
recognize it as the same experience. But if you're an 18-year-old taking a puff off a vape for the first time, you might not know. And because they do not contain THC delta 9, they are regulated in a different way and can be available at smoke shops through different age gates. They can be available at smoke shops and non-legalization states.
I don't understand why weed is always picked over, always. Nothing else. Let's just keep picking over weed till there ain't nothing left.
Because it enhances you. Everything else deteriorates you.
You can derive CBD from a hemp plant grown in Kentucky, and through a small chemical process involving heat and acid, turn it into THC delta 9. And it's identical chemistry to THC delta 9 that would come from a cannabis sativa plant grown in a place regulated totally different. Even in Kentucky, Tennessee, wherever, they have a different regulatory system. So in Maine right now, I can go into gas stations and I can buy THC, hemp, cannabis sativa derived beverages with 5 milligrams THC delta 9 in them. I have to go to a dispensary, show my license, go through a whole different regulatory process, and the process to create those products would be totally different. The analogy I've used is it'd be like regulating alcohol differently depending on how it was formed. Like regulating, corn whiskey in one way, but potato vodka in another way, because corn-derived alcohol is in some way different. That makes sense. That's the system that we have right now, and that's the loophole that has allowed some of the least ethical players to reap the biggest rewards. Because we've set up a system now where what they're effectively doing is a form of arbitrage, where they know that they can safely and for low risk grow and cultivate in states like Maine, California, or Oklahoma, and then take that product and instead of selling it in Maine for market store prices, bring it to a prohibition state and sell it through a smoke shop or a head shop or tobacco shop, and they're going to make more money, and the money's also going to be clean once it comes through the visa process.
Are the Chinese involved in the hemp stuff too?
Yes.
They are.
Yes. It's really all one system. There's not a lot of differentiation between the hemp and the cannabis. There's cannabis that's being passed off as hemp. There's hemp that's being passed off as cannabis. And once they're, they call it blowing it out. So once you take, an Oklahoma, you have a huge field of hemp.
Later.
this CBD, and you can convert
Later.
into THC.
I'll be back.
They call those products conversion products.
I'm just doing the same thing you do to me every time I leave.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
That's how I do it.
Yeah. I just said later because I put it on my own twist.
Yeah, you said it all nice. I'm all sarcastic. Oh, okay, bye. I'm gonna poke you anyways.
Like Representative Comer just the other day put out a statement about the value of the hemp industry and how important hemp farmers are the backbone of America. And I'm sure that there are a couple of guys who are growing hemp in an honest way to use it for industrial products.
There's somebody leaving the server and they're leaving their stuff unlocked. I gotta go loot their place.
How long ago was it that you found out about the 270 homes?
That was in
Hello,
2022.
How many are there now?
Probably 500.
500?
Oh, my water.
Maybe more.
And you just sat down, huh?
And it's not just
You're back.
houses where they're growing.
Okay.
Oh, not you. I was talking to the dog. Sorry, I take you with me.
Places that are set up for
Hurry, move.
a large number of guys to eat, sleep, and shit in between cycles going out to tend to the marijuana plants.
That was in 2022?
Yeah.
Or 2022 you found 270 homes. Now there's well over 500.
Yeah, so in 2022,
That's a good.
Oh, man, where's my coffee cup?
yeah, so in 2022, that was when the memo came out revealing the existence.
I think my mom has it and she is asleep already.
And in the ensuing years, we began a process of, based on the patterns we found on the address that we obtained from the
Yeah, have more.
who first published that leaked memo, we expanded our investigation, looking at property records, real estate records.
That one is just my
tax
favorite.
records, electrical records, to identify more of these places, and then set about driving, probably more than 10,000 miles around the state of Maine to inspect these spaces, try to talk to these people, talk to their neighbors, and see if we could, put some reality around this story that had come out. Because, I've been in conservative media long enough, so I've seen these flash in the pan stories where it's like, oh, the Chinese are doing this, the Iranians are doing this, and it's like, are they trying to like scare me? Are they trying to use me in some way? And this was around the time too when there was a lot of stories coming out that were like, the China spy balloon is coming over the North America, and there was some stuff that just seemed like they were trying to push this narrative of conflict with China. So I was a little bit skeptical of it at first. So I wanted to actually get out and see for myself firsthand what was going on.
over here and whip you, boy.
Through that process, we identified, without
Me
having
next, me
any
next.
leaked information, the
No.
270 sites that the Department of Homeland Security was aware of.
Not
and
with this
actually
motherfucker.
identified- I don't want to say. We actually identified more than they were aware of, and I eventually did get the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, no thanks.
through
I,
source, and I was a little bit
I ain't
embarrassed.
gonna whip you with a towel. I do it too well. I'm like, oh, fuck that person up.
Yep. Please do that too.
Drew blood. I'm like, oh. I feel bad. I didn't mean to whip it that hard. It just popped.
Yeah, no whips in your hands, sir. Not happening.
I know, just listen to this.
Mixture of both. I think I'm finding new ones that had already been operating.
Not my thing anyways.
But they are at a point where they're building themselves
That hurt.
new facilities that are more suited to what
Missy,
they
why you scoot me forward?
they're building facilities that are larger, that are more industrial.
Fine, I'll go sit in my own chair.
Ooh, girl, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
She's like, no.
Security cameras, motion sensors. There's some that I've been to where
I told you I'd be right back. Watch out. Switch over, Clark. Move. Move like a chin. I want to sit on you. Move. Dude, right in. Oh my goodness, this dog right in the middle of the fucking chair.
Anyone armed with guns, I've been chased off a lot of sites by angry guys driving black Toyotas. They all love black Toyotas for some reason. I don't know what it is. They love Toyotas. But they, by and large, don't flaunt firearms. I've heard, I have some sources who have done work on these properties because once in a while it's necessary for them to interact with white contractors if they need propane work, for example, if they need electrical work. There are some things that they can't do themselves. They prefer to do all of their handiwork themselves because it doesn't allow, eyes peeping into what might be happening there. I've heard, stories
White people are
Mark
notoriously
Rose,
nosy.
very rural parts of the state where there are an abundance of military-age men dressed similarly, not in
You go to the
it was
Mexicans.
described to me as fatigues,
We'll keep their mouth shut.
crop hair, and one of the things like an electrician,
And the
for
black
example,
people
will
just
do
tell
when
on
they're
each other.
installing 400 amp
Yo.
service at a barn in rural Maine, is they'll go inside and do load testing to try and make sure that everything's worked out.
I don't understand that. They're all about, don't snitch, and then all of a sudden you're like, God damn, that fucking person wants to snitch.
Which is something
Yeah.
we've done hundreds of times in all of the properties that he's visited. Two Chinese guys, grabbed him, stopped him, and said no, and physically escorted him off the property.
Had to call the
and
cops
stuffed
once.
two $100
None of
bills
them
in
would
his
help
back
me. I had to go to the
pocket.
only white
Coffee money,
white
coffee
neighbor
money, coffee money. Bunch of them off the
to
property.
use her phone.
And we've had, a lot of stories like that of
It's like, oh, I want to hear the
technicians
story
being
too.
met
Use my
with
phone. I want to hear his
facilities.
side. I want to hear both sides.
Even though they've been called to help service some kind of electrical need. There have been a lot of, I would say, alarming stories, and there's definitely a pattern of co-location with
Oh right, I gotta look up the
infrastructure
space of
and
that.
military facilities in Maine. But Maine doesn't have
No
enough
shenanay.
military facilities to really say for sure whether it's a pattern or if it's just that there are Chinese marijuana grows everywhere.
How many of these properties have you entered?
Here comes the
Need
commercials.
better internet?
Yay.
Cox Internet has
Cox.
the fast, reliable
Good
speeds
have
you're looking
megabytes
for.
for
Perfect for
$45 a
streaming,
month.
gaming, and working from home.
I don't know if that's what my
Now
dad
get
said.
Cox
My
300
dad better
meg
have that
internet
one.
for only $45 a month when you add Cox Mobile with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee.
Let's
and
see who I
Wi-Fi
can
equipment.
rob.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna rob Weasel. He's
How
got
many of these
14,000
properties have you
points.
entered?
Well, personally, I would never break and enter or trespass on.
I robbed him on Christmas last year. It was great. Took 2,000 from him.
Sources that I'm familiar with have
Woo!
entered maybe
I just took
25
2840.
or 30 of them.
Have you seen any type, especially the ones near military bases, have you seen any type of communications
Yes.
equipment or really, what kind?
There was a facility, 10 Cooley Road in Harmony, one of the most
Oh
sophisticated
man.
military grows that we've seen. They built a 3-story barn there. They had a piece of equipment there called the Triminator, which is a $15,000 piece of equipment that comes from a company in Las Vegas that can process just an insane amount of
6847.
marijuana bud. So this
Let's go.
facility was not for growing.
Fuck, I
you know,
keep
a
forgetting how
licensed
fast
amount
it
of
is over
marijuana.
here.
They were
Just ran into the
processing
wall.
Way more bud. They were processing bud for surrounding facilities, and this property had been raided by the sheriff
Look at all
just
this
days before
stuff.
we arrived there, and we were able to observe through the window a computer there that we later learned was like a $5,000 computer, a very sophisticated computer that they had. And hey, maybe they just loved playing Diablo or computer games or something, but it wasn't something that the sheriff's department noticed or thought was important or decided to bag for evidence, which is something that we've seen frequently. There's a facility in Greenbush, Maine, where there's a shortwave radio tower that used to broadcast Christian content all the way to Africa. That is situated in an area where Chinese cartels own multiple abutting properties, including properties on this specific road. I think 4 of which were on the Department of Homeland Security's watch list.
It
And
smells
we've,
good.
again,
Wait.
Some of these stories come to me secondhand or third hand, but it's always in instances where the cartels find themselves needing a mainer to come in and fix something. And in this case, there was a boiler that broke down and they needed heat. And so they needed a local to come fix their boiler. And the boiler repair technician spoke of what he just assumed were Bitcoin mining machines in their basement. Lots and lots of Bitcoin mining machines. Which wouldn't make sense in Maine because electricity is so expensive. If you were to mine Bitcoin in Maine, you would be mining it at a loss every single second you had the machine turned on. But who knows what that individual saw. But I know that in the majority of cases when there are electronics at these sites, they're generally not noticed by the members of law enforcement who are executing the raids. What they're doing is they're showing up, they observe the illegal marijuana, they cut the plants down, they destroy them, and they leave. They view it as traditional old school drug operations. They're not trained or equipped to combat transnational criminal organizations. And they don't
I keep
really
thinking,
view
oh,
this
they have a $5,000 computer there in the middle of their grow. I'm like, well, they gotta play Ark sometime. We see so many Chinese names in this PvE.
I'm glad I never turned out to be one of those people that's like, ew, marijuana, that's the devil.
Chinese guys from New York and Massachusetts who speak
But then those same people are gonna go get trashed.
Maybe they have green cards or
Okay.
citizenship, but they have historical ties to China. But a lot of them are
Or cheat on their
That
spouse
too,
or
yeah.
do
They're
it.
caught, and then the legal
I
marijuana site.
tried
None
to
of
talk
them
to one
wanna
girl
be,
at work one time, and she's like,
Or smoking crack or
or
smoking
accused of
meth, you know, that's
profiling.
also another one.
And I sympathize with that, and they should not be racist, but they also shouldn't blind themselves to the fact
Smoke
that this
everything
is,
else but marijuana.
a transnational criminal conspiracy aided and abetted by the Chinese Communist Party.
oh,
It's a huge part of
it's
the equation.
these
If you're with
guys.
that, you're fighting this with both hands behind your back.
All their stuff
And
is
we've
still
had,
locked.
the state has had no help whatsoever from state leadership or the state police in combating these cartels.
And I do
It's
see it
been
at their
almost
base.
exclusively county sheriffs and local police, and in a few instances, national DEA.
Oh shit, nobody's on this except the locals, huh?
And even in many cases, not the locals.
Alright.
Jeez, do you have any idea of how
Live
much
house
of the
house? Nope.
hemp and marijuana industry,
made some.
what percentage is from CCP operations?
It's hard to tell because there is just so much being cultivated and consumed. I do know that America is now an exporter nation when it comes to cannabis. There are other countries, Ireland, the UK, that are complaining to federal authorities about American-grown cannabis showing up in their countries. The volume,
Twinsies.
I mean, we're probably talking in the millions of tons. Hemp more so.
How dare us go
because it's
to another
less
country and grow
potent,
shit.
But the
Let's try to sell our
appetite
shit.
for
That our Americans don't even
for
want.
these cannabis products,
Yeah, we love drugs.
continues to stun me. Every time I think I've figured out,
Ooh, household
what the
left
ceiling
too.
is.
I closed my phone
I've
with
gone
your
away.
stream on
I
it,
think in a
fucked it
recent
up.
congressional
I broke
testimony,
it.
Someone from Oklahoma said that someone did the math there and calculated that just in Oklahoma they were growing something like 35 or 40 times what
Oh, they both
could
had health
reasonably
robots
be
too.
consumed by people in Oklahoma, just under existing licenses. So very obviously it's exporting. It's why they're violating federal law and exporting that to other states, and they're selling it. It's just good old-fashioned cannabis, like the product I just handed you, and everyone along the way is pretending it's hemp. The guy who grows it's pretending it's
I
hemp.
knew he
The
was
guy who
gonna say
traffics
that.
it's pretending it's hemp. The guy who sells it's pretending it's hemp. The guy who smokes it's pretending it's hemp. Everybody's either making money or getting high along the way.
I don't have a
And
mic
for
right
whatever
now.
reason,
So
the
Jet
federal
always says when
government,
he doesn't want to
including
hang out. Just tell me you don't want to hang
Congress,
out.
Especially Republicans in Congress are pretending that this isn't happening, and they're protecting the hemp loophole. And a huge part part of this is there's an organization called the Hemp Roundtable, which is
Barney knows,
comprised
didn't it?
of
Don't touch it.
hemp business leaders, and they have a political action committee, and they make donations. They're a political
I don't know
player.
if you like it or not.
And I've at the beginning of my kind of dive into the illicit Chinese cannabis world in
I
Maine,
want to make to it.
really tried to stay away from the easy
happens when I grind.
explanation that this was all
Huh?
about corrupt politicians.
Oh, there's
and
damn
people were being bribed to
crabs
vote the
is
other
over
way.
here.
Oh,
It's getting harder and harder.
do I need to move them?
Harder and harder.
No.
What
Okay.
would you like to see happen?
They're taking up too much room inside.
I imagine they're getting pretty big out here too.
Yeah.
So I was like, I come around the corner, I was like, holy shit, there's crabs is out here.
Jack?
And harder. It's getting harder and harder to look the other
What
way.
would you like to see happen?
I've remained agnostic in terms of policy. I mean, in the ideal world, you know, Anthony Fauci develops a bioweapon that just wipes out the cannabis plant, and there's no downside. There's no ill side effects. The cannabis plant just disappears overnight. That's not going to happen. What's
You
also
grind them, you
not
get
gonna happen
rare
is
mushrooms and rare
a return to
flowers.
prohibition. I don't think anybody wants
Wood
to
and
go back to
thatch.
a world where, you know, somebody's
fiber.
spending 15 years in jail because they get caught with
Oh, was,
marijuana that, you know,
Looking up them
just
Drakelings, one of them can turn
nobody wants to go
seeds
back
into
to
rare
that.
flowers.
But I do think that there needs to be some kind of a national framework that recognizes the
I got the
reality
autumn
that
ones,
we
I need to
have.
go get the
Because
winter
under
and the
I
spring
think
ones.
that's the one that can turn seeds into rare flowers. Autumn.
You couldn't design it better if
I
you
don't
were
remember.
trying to reward the least ethical players.
I look up shit when I'm supposed to be going to bed.
What we're rewarding now is cannabis arbitrage.
True.
So if you're setting up a business in the United States, the best
Sometimes I had to
possible way
get
to
out
do
of bed
it
because
is to
my
cultivate
brain's
it
like,
in a
hey,
state like Maine,
what
where
was
the
that?
stakes of getting
Yes.
high are growing.
Then it's like 3:30 and I was supposed to be asleep a long time ago.
I'm growing 5,000 plants without a license. For your license is 35 plants, $500 bail, slap on the wrist. If
Do you
you're
just come
a
from
Chinese illegal alien,
outside?
you might get deported back to China, but probably not. You can just
All the animals
post your
started
mail and
freaking out
disappear back
inside.
into New York. There's gonna be no
Oh, my Gigaraptor's on
Uh,
neutral, so something's happening.
Yeah,
where it's legal
yeah,
to
because
cultivate it
fucking
in
there
some
was a
ways.
Pago inside the
Bring
base.
it to a
What the
tobacco
fuck?
shop
I
and
left
sell
the
it
cat. Oh, the
illegally
cat's
as
over where the
hemp.
crabs are.
And you benefit from not paying fees, not paying
Fucking
taxes,
Pegos.
but you also have access to the existing payment rails.
I don't even know how he got in the base.
Oh,
Bank
that's
account, you can
funny.
swear, you can use payment rails, and the money's clean once it goes through the tobacco shop. It's not, drug cash money. It's clean, and that's the most profitable way to do it. That's the system that we created and rewarded, and the people who are willing to break federal law by crossing state lines, by growing
Walking
local
around
plants,
with
by
your fucking.
selling a product
What is that?
as
A
something
pike?
other
A
than
spear?
what it
Looks like a
is,
spear.
are the people who don't necessarily have the best business ethics because they're willing to take advantage of the system. Now, they're making
Reminds me of
not one person individually.
Well, nothing to do over here. I'm coming back.
So if you were to have at least a national framework,
Admin was gonna go on after he got off work and bring me something, but they ain't on. It's already after 11.
take away the advantage that the least ethical players have when it comes to exploiting this
Friends
arbitrage.
again. This is right.
The system currently forces the cultivation demand in the states like Maine, Oklahoma, and California to feed the appetite for the entire country. So Maine is growing way more cannabis than can ever be consumed by Mainers. Same for Oklahoma, same for California.
This creature
And it's not
is
just the Chinese,
faster
there's
when
other cartels that
it
are
isn't
involved.
thinking about
And there's other
fighting.
just straight up American businesses that are involved.
Sorry, I can't
Increasingly,
help but look at.
people in Maine are looking at
It's
lack of
what?
consequences
Thinking?
for Chinese cartels and saying, fuck it, I'm gonna
But
do the
yeah,
exact same thing.
this creature is
And
faster when it isn't thinking about
at
fighting.
Oh,
least a bit of
what
a
the
Guess when there's no
framework
music, fight
and
music or
legalize some
something.
form of cultivation in other states, it would
That's
take
weird.
some pressure off of states like Maine. And maybe it's selfish of me as a Mainer to say, like, other other states should also be dealing with this problem, so it's not so intensely focused in my backyard. But there needs to be some kind of federal recognition for this. And in terms of the Chinese specifically, there needs to be a very deliberate, targeted effort to go after the money and all of the properties.
Like a light turn
According to
on or
our
something.
research, there were at least 75 of these properties were acquired using mortgages. All of those mortgages were from the same company. The loan officers on
You were
those
just up there.
mortgages, 2 of them did those mortgages. One was a Chinese national, one was a
Yeah, but
Taiwanese
it's
national.
such a
Those need
long-
to be looked at because in those mortgage documents they swore to.
I looked at your
Oh.
stream and then I turn around in the game and you're right there.
Instead of making them their primary
yeah.
residences.
But I've
turn
also
them into
noticed
illegal
that
small
sometimes
businesses.
it's a really
Marijuana
long
grows as bank
time
fraud.
to the
Every
other
single
one.
one of them should be facing bank fraud investigations. And yet to be published material. There are 4 realtors in the state of Maine who are connected to more than 300 of these properties that would go on to become Chinese marijuana grows. All 4 of them.
That's where he's doing all
were
his
educated in China.
research and all that.
Okay.
Yeah,
And doing all his stuff.
Okay.
my ex-boy lady
Very
moved to
integrated.
Maine.
One of them's a mechanical engineer who just happened to find her way to Maine and get involved in real estate. But all four of
Where the
them
hell do I
are
put these sticks? Oh,
Chinese
we got a
nationals. Some of
box.
them have obtained citizenship through marriage or have maybe
Ah!
some kind of legal status.
My
I
bot's
don't know
running
exactly
amok.
what their status is, but you can pull
Huh?
their sale history and
The
see the
robot's down
properties
here
that they
running
were
amok.
the agent
Freaking me
or
out.
What the fuck
the
was up
property
there?
buyer on, and connected to the Department of Homeland Security list, to my list, to the list of properties that have been raided, and you can see that these 4
What'd you do? You
real
opened the
estate
door or
agents who
something?
just so
No,
happened
I
to be
didn't go
born,
up
raised,
there.
and educated in China,
This door.
including one who went to the Beijing Foreign
I haven't
Science
been anywhere but down
Institute,
here.
which is
I
just
know,
a
but
spy
I
school
said,
for
did you
Chinese
open this door?
nationals, and another who went to I think it's
He freaks out every time his
Beijing
fucking secret door thing's
which
open
is part
too.
of their economic espionage
Yeah,
program.
okay.
That's why it keeps on closed.
Cool stuff there too.
Oh.
That's totally not related to the
What a
Chinese
pansy.
Communist desire to rule the world. But those are some avenues that I would pursue from a law enforcement perspective. You've got to squeeze the money and squeeze people at the higher levels, because our approach so far has been to kick the door in on a marijuana grow and arrest whoever's there and destroy their plants. And a couple things happen after that. So you arrest the guy who's there. The guy who's there is probably a victim of human trafficking. He has no idea who his boss is. He probably only interacts with his boss through chat. He gets instructions. He's told when a pickup's coming, and maybe he sent some money. He's told when his shipment of groceries is coming. He's given some instructions about how to grow his plants or deal with pesticides, whatever. But he is a victim of trafficking. He's a victim of Chinese communism. He's not the main culprit here. But our justice system is like, yeah, we got it. We got the bad guy. We found this illegal pot grower, so we put him in jail and we take his mugshot, and he goes through the criminal justice system and gets a slap on the wrist and of course, and everybody pats themselves on the back and says they did a good job. But what happens after that is the person who owns the property wasn't there and probably will never be there. Just somehow another person turns up and starts that marijuana grow up again, and they'll go get a marijuana license, and then they'll try to at least fiend like they're doing it the right way. And we've seen examples of this in Franklin County, Maine, like
My youths are actually sentient.
the western corner of Maine.
Take a look
The
inside
house
that
that
trading.
the Franklin County Sheriff raided. We showed up there maybe a day or two later, and we're surveilling the house, and there's a truck from Grow Generation, which is a very prominent grow supply company. Big box truck backed up right up into the driveway, and a crew of like 5 Chinese guys are offloading grow supplies.
He takes a breath in,
2 days
it's
after
like
the place has
he's
been raided,
like on an
and
oxygen
a bunch of
thing or
plants
something,
destroyed.
like he has a
And I
breathing
called the
problem.
sheriff, and I was like, hey, they're right back at it. Just so you know, like I'm watching them get this thing spun up again. And he said, yeah, I know. They say they're getting a permit now, so there's nothing I can do. So once they get that permit, they're untouchable in law enforcement's eyes. So the current approach, which is to act like you're dealing with, dime store drug dealers, or, like the guys in the 1980s who'd be growing a little bit of pot bot in their barn or something, that's not working. You've got to go out. You've got to go after the higher level, and you've got to go after the money. And we're seeing glimpses of that in the form of the indictment that I mentioned earlier. Leah Foley, the U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, handed down an indictment related to illegal Chinese marijuana grows in Massachusetts and in Maine.
I haven't seen it.
These guys are busted living in a $1.5 million house in a cushy suburb in Massachusetts. One of them even had a T-shirt with a graphic on the front of it
back,
of Chinese guys who were taking U.S. currency and putting it through a laundry machine, like actually laundering the money. So just like a little too on the nose. He also had, I think it was a Porsche with a hidden compartment in it that had like $250,000.
As long as none of the doors are open, he
and
fucking acts
$75,000
right.
Cartier bracelets.
So
and
it's like
Rolex
some
watches,
doors accidentally opened.
and a safe filled with passports from
Horrible.
his trafficking victims.
There was no door.
And if you look through that indictment, they list a couple. It would be another avenue would be to hit them with the trafficking, which they should be doing anyways. And they will, I think. I think Leah Foley is planning to. But trafficking cases, I've discovered, very, very hard. They're very. There's one involving Navajo Nation land. Trafficked from China, promised flower cutting jobs, and they were brought over the border into a Navajo reservation land and had their phones and their wallets and everything taken away and then forced into marijuana growing facilities. And there's a massive case there that does hinge on human trafficking. But
Thora 2 is now on Artlist.
and you're still here, go to artlist.io.
You now have the
Trafficking. But the indictment in Massachusetts lists some of the techniques that were being used to move money around using lawyers and real estate companies, and it refers directly to some very large banks based in and law firms based in Massachusetts that are just 100% CCP cutouts. Like, you can just look at the website. I can show you the website and you'd be like, oh yeah, that's like CCP cutout bank or law firm. And they're listed here as helping these organizations move their money around. And those are the kind of individuals you need to go after, not the people whose fingers smell like skunks. You need to go after the people who are helping the money move, because at the end of the day, all crime at the highest level is money laundering. They need to figure out how to get that money separate from the criminal activity that generated it and use it for what its true purpose is, what they really want to do with that money. And the question, as you said, is why do they want to stockpile hundreds of billions of dollars in cold hard U.S. cash behind U.S. borders? It's not because they're going to Disneyland, it's not because they, want to build
Guns are cheaper over here.
Something great for us. They're not trying to get into podcasting, I can tell you that much. It's nothing good.
Yeah, I know there's a big, been looking for somebody to cover, but there's a big Bitcoin scam going on with the CCP as well.
And you know what's happening right here? You know what they're doing?
They're stockpiling all the money because
they're stealing used fry oil from restaurants all around here, because some of the Bitcoin machines can run submersible in oil as coolant. So instead of having a fan blowing on your machines to dissipate the heat, you have it in oil, so it's sneakier.
Wow.
It's not as loud. So there are restaurants in the Midwest that are finding their fry oil disappearing. And it's because Chinese cartels are stealing their fry oil to run submersible Bitcoin machines in it. And it's because you can run them in not residential areas, but they're not as loud. They don't attract as much attention. Your electricity
I bought
consumption
Bitcoin for $1 like weeks ago.
but they don't have the fans running 24/7. And the benefit of the Bitcoin is that it's perfectly saleable across time and space. I can send I could send $1 billion from here to Beijing in 10 minutes for $3, and nobody nowhere can stop me from doing that.
Yeah. Well, Steve, let's take a break. I want to take a look at these websites you were talking about. When we come back, we'll talk about the 708 debacle.
Yep, sounds good.
Check this story out.
Was just
A
going
new
off
discovery
again.
found a massive trove of gold coins in the
The what
Czech
is?
Republic, minted by a long-lost
The Utis.
civilization. It's from before the 2nd century BC. They also found silver coins among artifacts. I mean, the proof is there. Not only have gold and silver been valued for thousands of years, but they can physically last
I have to fast forward for this one? Did I even make it? Looks like I'm still on coins.
And uttered a word about the vast criminal conspiracy unfolding in her backyard entirely on her watch, in large part because of a law that she signed. And oh, by the way, at her inauguration in January 2019, was the head of the Chinese consulate in New York, the highest-ranking CCP official in the eastern United States.
Well, that's interesting.
Wang Ping or something like that.
Old Wang Ping.
Yeah. So you have that going on, and the state police involved in just 3 of the 70 or 75 different search
Get in
warrants.
that kitchen and make me
Very
some cookies,
minimal
I'll pet you.
involvement. They won't comment to me. The governor has not
Okay.
commented on this at all. Every legislative attempt
just
to
haven't
do
had
something
cookie
to
dough
deal with this
in the
problem has
refrigerator.
been shot down. So it's a big
I'm gonna
mystery.
make some
Everybody's
cookies.
wondering,
I gotta make my own
why
dough.
is this being allowed to continue to happen?
Guys, for some reason, brought home already pre-made cookie dough the other
real
day.
estate records related to a Chinese marijuana grow.
And he brought
in
home all that
Corinne,
fucking
which
donuts
is
and
one town over from where I
other
grew up.
stuff.
That's where my
Oh,
mom
Mom got a
lived,
whole thing
Cake.
of like powdered donuts, and
my grandmother used to
she
go
left
to
them out, and
church.
her fucking
I
dog
was
ate
looking
them.
at these records, and I see at the bottom of one of these real estate transfer documents.
Poor dog.
Well, the first thing that was unusual to me about the record was
Maybe,
that
honey.
it was a gift transfer of a property in Corinne, Maine, from an individual who lives in Quincy, Massachusetts, to a person who gave an address in Guangdong Province, China. So this is 9 acres in a teardown, basically a hunting camp in central Maine, that is now lawfully owned by an individual who may or may not exist in southeast China, which just so happens to be the area where the legit triad criminal activity is most intense. It was weird, right? Property transfer. What guy in China has just been thinking, I want 9 acres and a teardown in Corinne, Maine? But what caught my eye was at the bottom of it. There's a line for tax document preparer, and the name there was Paul Mills. And I was like, well, listen, that's the governor's brother. But maybe that's a different Paul Mills. But the address matched, and the address was the address for his attorney office. So the governor's brother was the lawyer for a real estate transfer for a known illicit Chinese drug house, where the code enforcement officer in that area is on the record saying this is an illegal Chinese drug house, and he helped to transfer it into the custody of a Chinese national living in China.
Yes.
And this came just days after a series of raids by multiple sheriff's departments in the area. So it almost looked like they were trying to protect this property by moving it into the official ownership of somebody who would be beyond the reach of the local police, state police, or even the FBI, because they actually provided an address in China. And further investigation found that Mr. Mills has a number of clients who are involved in the marijuana business in the state of Maine. And the governor won't comment on
had an
that.
Explorer note
The
somewhere.
governor won't say whether she's had any communications or conversations with her brother about it. I had a 10-minute phone call with Paul Mills, and he talked about that property and did say that he was involved in it, and couldn't remember who asked him to be involved in it. Did tell me that he didn't have anyone in his office who speaks Cantonese, which I thought was kind of funny. But it was interesting to me because I had called him just before then, pretending to be someone in Massachusetts who needed a property transfer attorney in that area. And he told me that he doesn't work in that area. So he wouldn't work for me. He wouldn't do a property transfer for me in that part of the state because his office is in a different county. But for the Chinese national and the Chinese woman from Massachusetts who needed to, move around, do a gift transfer for an illicit marijuana grow, he was more than happy to sign on the dotted line.
Probably just a coincidence, right?
I'm sure it's just a coincidence, for sure. But the more I learned about how the real estate world works and how lawyers factor in, the more I began to suspect that there was probably a different, more lucrative money-making opportunity in play here. And it gets back to what we were talking about earlier and what we just grabbed some images of MT Law, the law firm in Massachusetts that was named in the Leah Foley's indictment. MT Law appears to be just your run-of-the-mill law firm. Their staff is Chinese, except for their one, American-looking.
One of these doesn't look like the others.
Yeah, just the white gorilla there, who I'm sure attends functions on their behalf. There's a technique called seasoning the money that I learned about.
Thanks,
Maybe
Quacky.
old hat for people who
Oh,
are familiar
thank you
with
so much
money
for that.
laundering and how it works. But seasoning the money involves a trusted lawyer.
Oh shit, the devil gave it to him.
Just thinking that.
Going back decades. If you've got a cash-heavy business like a coin out laundry or a car wash, and you've got all this cash, but you don't want to pay
Seen
taxes
someone's
on
face
it,
earlier
or
said
your real
hell
estate
spawn.
with it, what you do is, instead of trying to bring it to the bank or to a real estate agent to buy property, you bring it to your attorney
on
and
Herb
you
Island.
tell your attorney to
Hideous,
deposit it
hideous
in his
build over
IOLTA
there.
account, or his interest on lawyers. There's different words for it in other accounts, but in other states. But it's an account that lawyers hold money from multiple clients in a single pot, and it earns interest. But it's kind of like protected under statute. So I've got a bag of drug proceeds with $250,000 on it. I bring it to my lawyer. Maybe his name is Mr. Mills. I ask him to deposit it in his trust account. And then the following day, I come in and I say, hey, can you draw a bank check out for $250,000 and make it out to, real estate company X? Real estate company X can't accept a bag full of cash, but they can sure as hell accept that check. And the IRS is never going to know about it. The relationship is protected by attorney-client privilege, and I've just effectively managed to season my money through the attorney's trust account and then pour it back into real estate. And that is a pattern that you can see laid out in the indictment that was filed in the District of Massachusetts, where they show each of the steps that would be necessary to season the money and then dump it back into real estate. And it helps explain how in New England, the real estate empire necessary to facilitate the Chinese drug cartel was able to expand so rapidly, because they were able to take the huge amounts of cash that they were generating from these activities and just dump it back into real estate. And they were buying up properties in Maine 20% over asking price for cash and closing in 20 days. It was the dream for some elderly couple in Maine looking to move to Florida or something in the middle of the pandemic. So it's part, I think, of the answer to the question, why hasn't anything been done? But also, how did it happen? What are they doing with the money? What are the roles of attorneys in all of this? And I think that if kind of work
Somebody
that
popped up a
Foley
tiny
did,
little space over here
at
on
least the indictment that
get
she
rid
was
of.
willing
It's
to
ugly.
file in Massachusetts, if we were able to see that happen
Oh, it's sassy.
in Maine, it
They're
would
just
go a
taking
long
over
ways
home
toward
now.
dealing with the problem, but we don't have a U.S. attorney in Maine. And that is in part because Trump hasn't appointed one yet, but there's also
Probably
a
so they can get their
tradition called the
animals
blue
and then
slip
leave it at
tradition,
the red
where
off.
home state
Yeah.
senators get
They obviously
what
get
amounts to a
animals at the
veto
red off.
of Senate confirmable bodies. So if the president nominates a U.S. attorney from the state of Maine, Senator Angus King, who's a dope and a dummy, and I don't like him at all, if he objects to that individual, he can withhold his blue slip and delay it, cause hearings, controversial votes. He can gum up the works. But if there's a nominee put forward that Senator Angus King and Senator Susan Collins both approve of, then they're not going to cause problems on the blue slip front. So there's these complex negotiations happening between
I'll be right back.
the senators
Yep.
from the state and the Trump administration. Susan Collins, I think, is a big part of that as well. well because she's now the chair of the Appropriations Committee. She's like the third or fourth most powerful person in Washington, D.C., so that adds a layer of complexity to it. So there's complicated reasons why we don't have a U.S. attorney yet, but when we do, I think you're going to see some pretty rapid action rolling out some of these operations. The people who are driving Porsches, not the people who are suffering in what I would
Almost
consider
fucked up.
modern day slavery. Really. And I should say, Senator Collins deserves a lot of credit for
Heard
this
myself.
because she's the only politician in the state of Maine who's been speaking out about this. Like from day one, she was asking Jim Comey about it. She was asking, all of the head of the CIA under Biden, under Trump, from the very beginning. She's been pushing this, meeting with DEA officials, and I think it's unusual for an elected officials talking about something to actually spur some action, but I think that has happened in Maine as a direct result of Senator Collins' advocacy.
I say something in chat yet.
Maybe we should bring them on.
Senator Collins?
I did not, for shame.
She's smart. She knows I talked with her off camera. She knows the issue, not just like my staffer briefed me 10 seconds ago. Yeah. She knows the issue, like it's something she cares about.
That could be interesting. You'll have to keep us updated on this. Let's move into 7-OH. What is it?
7-OH is a synthetic opioid drug derived from the crack
God,
plant.
we took forever to get to that
Crack
point.
plant is a coniferous plant indigenous to Southeast Asia. Grows throughout Indonesia, primarily where it's harvested from. And in its raw form, I would say kratom is to 7-OH as the poppy seed is to morphine or the coca leaf is to cocaine. The kratom leaf has
I
been
can't see what
consumed
these
by
are.
locals
They're
for
so tiny.
hundreds, if not thousands of years. It can make a tea that's anywhere from mildly stimulating, like a cup of coffee, or anxiolytic is what some of the proponents will say, as in reduces anxiety, aka gets you high. By itself, it's relatively harmless. There are plenty of people who consume it as a tea or chew it like chewing tobacco, but it has some alkaloids in it, which I think nicotine is an alkaloid. Opioids are alkaloids. It's just a name for a class of chemicals that interact with your brain. It has some natural
I don't think my
alkaloids in
chats
it.
are going through.
Will give you those experiences. In natural kratom leaf, once it begins to decay a little bit, develops trace amounts of something called 7-OH. And at some point in time,
What are you talking to
it was
yourself about?
discovered that this 7-OH
I don't think
is
my stuff's going through on your YouTube chat, and I got 4 minutes to get out of here.
complex chemical process involving harsh chemicals like pull shock.
The monkey
and,
thing?
No, it went through. I can't see my chat.
And, I'm not a chemistry
Yeah, it went through.
expert, but
And then I
it's
did a volcano
complicated
shit.
process. It's like Walter White stuff. It's not,
Oh, I see yours. Oh no, little penguin.
with this chemical process, and you produce a concentrated version. It's specific to 7-OH. It's not an extract or a concentration of kratom. So you can concentrate a
I want to make some oatmeal, but there's still spinach in my bowl. Not that I don't like it. I don't want it.
Put it in a nice side dish.
Yeah.
And then eat it later. As long as it's not rice, you should be good. I learned today that I think it's something like 40 people a year die from rice in the United States.
And it's an opioid.
Dang.
It works on the same receptors in your brain.
Eating too much or what?
No, there's this
dosages that
I don't know,
someone who is
bacteria that gets
visual
created
fentanyl or
whenever you
prescription
reheat
opioid
rice in the
user,
microwave.
would be familiar with,
And
are hard
sometimes
to
it grows
determine
like
when it comes to 7-OH.
really
There's not a lot of testing.
high
There's not a
amounts
lot of
because you're adding heat
I mean,
and
there's
heating
no
everything up, so
regulatory
it loves the
oversight of
heat.
this.
Yeah.
It's not like
And then when you
FDA
ingest it, it
approved. There's not a
fucking
lot
kills you.
known about it.
But it's called fried rice syndrome.
Oh.
You're like not supposed to leave like rice out for like more than an hour or two without
Oops.
cooling it.
really took off and became
I don't like
as
reheated
popular
rice
as it
unless
is
it's
now.
fried
I
rice.
mean, I have, once again, that it could be up to 46 times strong.
I don't know.
Very potent
This
shit. Yes.
rice cooker tastes still good the next day after, but I won't eat it again after that. It doesn't taste good after that.
No.
Yes.
I like rice too much anyways. There's never leftovers. Hardly. I'm not gonna say never. There's hardly ever rice leftovers.
That it's not addictive.
Does you have a rice cooker?
It's an all-natural, non-addictive
Yeah,
substance
me.
that, if you just skip a day,
Well, we had this
taking it,
rice
you'll be
robot
fine.
cooker.
You won't ever become habituated to it. I think, most people,
I love it.
if you
Dad's
have any
looking at
experience with
doing other
drugs
things.
or alcohol,
I was watching
you
him
can
watch
take
these
something at
Chinese
once
people
and
putting
figure out pretty quickly that it's
chicken
addictive. Like
and
the very first time you take
rice
Percocet
and
after
all this
having
other
a wisdom
stuff
tooth out, you can be
in
like,
there
oh yeah, this is
all
this
together
is addictive.
and then cooking it all
I
together.
have a feeling that
Stop
708
taking the
just
job
is
away.
probably the same. But again,
Alright,
36%,
cooking.
17%. It depends on how
Oh
thick
hell
the
no! Get
formulation is,
off! I don't know why
and
we have to go through this several times a day. Get off!
how you're measuring it or comparing it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It is very. It's
That's
a
all it thinks
hard
it's still a
drug.
puppy.
It's a opioid. It is going
The
to use
dog's
your
fucking
brains
huge.
like
Yep.
It's my fault. I held them a lot when they were puppies.
for everybody to understand, especially parents
Yep.
Couldn't help it.
He thinks he's still that size.
Yes.
that it's available at convenience stores, grocery stores, gas stations. Like, it took me 2 seconds to find the 708 on my way to the studio. I just looked up tobacco shops. I could have stopped at 30 of them. I'm pretty sure I could have bought those products. Any of them.
This is also called gas station heroin.
Gas station heroin. So gas station heroin is
Bye
actually
bye.
Bye.
It first started with a drug called tianeptine, and tianeptine was
Night night.
No,
antidepressant
I'm going back
formulated
already.
in the 1960s in France, and various European
I
countries
your
have different
fucking
regulations
markers
and rules
on the
around it.
base.
Some still use it, some don't.
It's like I
And
looked to see if you
tianeptine
like
was
fell down and
began
went to sleep at the base, and I was like, no,
marketed,
it's right there to the
in
left
the
of me.
early, I think, 2010s in gas stations.
It says 2,500 meters away. Everybody else is only 600. Nope.
The same size as
Not the same.
energy drinks, and it has the sedative.
I don't have everybody else
also
tracked.
some
I don't need.
qualities,
They don't need to know where
and
they're at.
that's really what
Well, I like to daily in the base a lot, or don't move from the base, so then I know where the base is.
Yeah.
I see the straightest line to the base, I guess I should say.
I named a waypoint BEET. I don't know what that means.
What's going to get them high, what's cheap, what's available, and
Huh?
then start to use it.
Oh hell no, we're
2-3
not.
years
We're
later,
gonna
discover
spawn at a
what's
huge
going
ass
on,
fucking base.
and eventually,
I named a waypoint
regulations after that, it trickles to
BEET.
policymakers.
I don't know what
Policymakers
that's
finally
about.
figure out a way to change it, to change the law so that it can't happen. But by
Beetle.
that time, either
It was
all
supposed to
the
go back and get a
consequences
beetle.
from the
There was
drug
a
have
beet.
already happened, or the drug users have already moved on. So now what's happened is they've moved on to products like
How do I get out of here?
708. Here are other forms of it. If you'll notice this one's called Opia. Opia doesn't sound at all like they're trying to conjure the idea that it's related to opium, does it? There are some that are called perk. Obviously, they're trying to conjure the image that is Percocet. This is another one. This was actually, I bought those at Bros 2.
Damn.
Which you're probably familiar with because it's right next door to Tucker's studio in Maine. And the guy who sold those to me didn't speak a lick of English. But when he saw me pointing at the gas station heroin section, he just started laying out in front of me all the different options. And then the woman who did speak English and was maybe the general manager of the store saw that I was, a gas station heroin user and perked up and came over and actually tried to upsell me on the 200 milligram versions of the gas station heroin. So she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was trying to sell me. So she thought she was
How much of
Oh
this
yeah, we have him come back all the time. We give him 200.
the same high as fentanyl or heroin or, certain opiate? How much of this am I going to have to take to have that same experience?
It depends. How much fentanyl you been using on a daily basis?
Yeah, okay, let's say if you're a first-time user.
If you're a first-time
what
user,
is
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows, and it hasn't really been.
Well, charge note just appeared out of nowhere.
Studied well. The best.
Hell yeah.
The best advice that the people who
I don't have any
Now
foundation.
you can get out of there.
Yeah.
product they'll say is slow. It starts slow. Okay. So it's so poorly understood, understudied that we don't know those kinds of things. For someone who has been a habitual fentanyl user, maybe their dose could be higher, but these are.
Oh,
These are
never mind,
actually
there's a
the same
pillar. I was
receptors
gonna
in
say,
the
this
brain,
wouldn't be a
but
bad
they're
place to
also
build, but
a little
no.
bit different. So maybe your tolerance from fentanyl or heroin doesn't translate over perfectly to 7-OH. Narcan will revive you if you overdose on 7-OH.
You seen people overdose on this?
I haven't seen it personally, but I'll tell you the day that I bought those, someone sent me a story from Richmond, Virginia, Richmond.com. There's a guy who went into.
Do you think you tried any of that
just
stuff you
like the one
bought?
I visited last night.
No.
Bought the pills just like those.
He
and
looks too
died of
clean
heart
of
block.
that.
The woman
I
died
don't
of
understand
heart-
why they
maybe-
think that he
maybe
would be
went in
using
there
it.
with a foreign load of other drugs in his
But
system.
just other than like, oh shit, he's gonna buy
Fatalities that
some.
I'm personally aware of
Only
are
junkies buy that
comorbid
shit.
with alcohol and
He
other
don't look
drugs.
like a junkie, but
So they're
he's
mixing.
gonna buy
But
some.
again, this is
We
so
ain't
new
built in
and so
here, going
poorly
to a different
understood
one.
that there's no stats, no one's keeping track of this. I was telling your fantastic and wildly talented producer Jeremy earlier. It reminds me of the case. A
Sometimes
podcast
it's those very people that look like that are the users.
where
Yeah.
an individual was found
I
dead in
know.
a trailer with a
Well, especially now that
next to him. He was
he
known
just,
to be a drug
well,
user,
They're
and
just
the
smart
cops
about
just
how
said,
they
"Oh, he
use.
overdosed. Case closed. It's done."
or how they
But
look
as
about
Kurt
how they
Minnihan
use.
and I investigated this case more, we came
You
to
do the
believe
drugs don't do you. Oh, this fucking pillar. Oh no! A bear. I didn't realize I got close to a bear when I was running by. Fucking bear.
He was dead, and there was a syringe, and who cares? We're not going to look too close into it, because he was just, as far as we're concerned, he was a garbage human being. It's kind of the same thing with 7-OH in that it's not as simple as taking.
I don't know if you can necessarily blame the law enforcement for not. You gotta give them a little bit of credit because so many people are overdosing on heroin.
No, I'm not.
If we devoted all of our resources into that, then it would take away from other stuff that aren't self-induced deaths. 100%. You know what I mean? And so I don't want to. I don't want to blast LE right now because of this. Because if I was a law enforcement officer, I'd probably think the same thing. I'd be like,
Absolutely same. And I'll give them credit that when we made our case in the podcast, they reopened that death, which was classified as an accidental overdose, and charged it as a homicide, and the prosecutor later dropped the charges. So law enforcement 100% did their job in that instance. The reason why I brought that case up is because if someone were to die of an overdose of 7-OH, there are tests available to determine, well, do they have
4 minutes.
7-OH metabolites in their bloodstream? Like, what does it metabolize as? There's this idea, I think,
Ugh.
like, maybe
How do I not have my
CSI
fucking gun? I have everything else
concept
but
is
that.
that you could take a blood sample from someone
And
who's died.
I hope I didn't
throw it in a
overlook it and
remote
it's like
machine,
sitting
and
at
it's gonna
Red
tell
Ob.
you everything they consumed for the last 24 hours. But it just doesn't work that way. Even if you're testing, like if you were to test a sample of
Did you just
cannabis
put your
or
gun
one of
on you?
those tabs to try to figure out,
Did
well,
I?
is it really 15 milligrams? Is
I don't
it
know,
really
did you?
100
That's what
milligrams?
I asked the question.
testing that you need to
No?
do that
Did I put
is
it on you?
very
No.
sophisticated and requires
No, I
other
said, did you
reagents and
just put it
chemicals
on
and
you?
Oh,
devices
it was in my
sized
Gigaraptor,
for that
and I
task.
think I overlooked
It's
it
the
when I was
same
looking
with
at,
testing
do I need all of this
someone's
stuff when I
DNA,
transfer?
what level
Oh,
of
fucking, of course there's a
7-OH
raptor.
or 7-OH metabolites they had in their bloodstream at the time. So it's just such a new thing, and it's so poorly understood that we don't have a good
I'm
grasp on
coming back.
how many people are suffering from it, how many people are addicted to it, how many people are dying from it. But if you look at, there's a video that Mark Wayne Mullen did in just in July where he's talking specifically about 7-OH. He says it's a $9 billion marketplace. I don't know where he got that number from, but he talks about how there was somebody who was clearly close to him who had an opioid addiction and went through recovery, got clean, and then started to bear the telltale signs of not being clean. Yet they were doing urinalysis and there was no presence of opioid behavior. They were passing their drug screens, but they looked like they were still using some kind of an opioid, and it was because they were using 7-OH.
This is 15 milligrams in the package. We got 60 milligrams a tablet. We got 25 milligrams a tablet. No judgment here. I'm curious, trying just to see what the effects are.
There we go. You said
know
no.
anybody?
No, I don't know anybody who's tried it. Well, actually, I'll take that back. There was a website that used to exist, which has been taken down now, called Kush.com, and there is a product that they combine THC oil with 7-OH in a form that's vapable. And
I
you
bet
can
that's
buy, at the
nice.
time this website existed, you could 100%
I'd be like
legal
sitting there at the
for,
opium
like,
dens back in the day.
$75,000 or $7,500, $8,000 buy a kilo brick.
They were burning
looks just
fucking weed on top of the
hashish,
fucking opium.
of,
Or with the opium.
7-OH infused
They weren't doing tobacco.
THC
Tobacco
oil
at that time
that
cost
could be
too much money.
manufactured into
Yeah.
vape pens, and you can sell those as a THC vape pen, and someone could unknowingly be vaping an opioid product. And I learned about this later, but as a result of publishing the documentary with Tucker and doing some of the reporting on this topic, I have lots of parents and sources who were emailing me and asking questions about things. And one family that came to me had a daughter who purchased a vape pen on Snapchat. The daughter was like,
Oh my gosh. That's where you want to buy your drugs from.
at the time, I thought that was really weird because they say marijuana is not supposed to be physically addictive. I don't know if that's 100% true of some of these 99% pure marijuana vapes. This young woman became hooked on her vape pen, eventually was found unconscious, and had to be Narcaned and brought back from a vape pen. And I don't know this for sure, the vape pen ended up getting thrown away, so I couldn't get it and have it
I
tested.
think that was a bug in my
I
teeth.
suspect that it could
Yay!
be something like this.
There's so many light bugs flying around right now. I'll close the door.
So the people who are making gobs and gobs of money off this, they're not like Puritan about no, it has to be THC or no, it has to be 7-OH or it has to be hemp or it has to be sativa or it has to be indica. They'll make money off of whatever people are willing to buy to get high. And one of the, I guess, the pioneers of this 7-OH industry is a guy named Vince Sanders, who has been written about extensively by, I think, the Kansas City Star, and he doesn't really make any bones about being an entrepreneur in this space. He claims that he started a company
Jerk,
called
he has
CBD
15
American
minutes.
Shaman, which is one of the biggest
My timer and everything
Yeah.
else
CBD
went down.
products and now 7-OH products.
Yeah, I don't
He claims he
understand
stumbled
what it
onto
is.
CBD.
It's not even like I
because he was
used
trying
it
to help
or
his
do
uncle
anything,
survive
and
Yeah.
it just does it
cancer,
sometimes
and that
too.
he used
It doesn't always
CBD
do
to
it.
cure his uncle's lung cancer, and eventually that inspired him to start a CBD company, and now he's making and selling 7-OH. So a lot of the 7-OH that is bought under these different brand names is actually manufactured by one central location. Sanders has bragged in recent stories about being the biggest manufacturer of 7-OH in the country. And he said in a podcast that's still publicly available that
People
within
on
just a few
Sunset
months,
servers
his
getting their
7-OH
shit off, I
business
guess.
was bigger than
Yeah.
every single CBD product that he's sold
That sucks.
in the history of his company. Wow. And he
There's
was
a lot of
actually
them.
giving out
Yeah.
free
You don't really
samples
realize it until you
of
start
7-OH
searching for servers.
with CBD orders. cream for your knee or something if it's arthritic, thinking maybe that's going to help. And you get a little thing of lime
I think one of my
flavored
teeth bites
7-OH,
opened.
described as an all-natural plant-based medicine, and you try it. I mean, is there any
Yeah.
other line of business where you give away a free sample that makes you feel really good, and then the next one you actually have to pay for? Because there's some that I can think of. And he's grown it into an empire. He's been written about, and right now all of those products remain totally
Doesn't
legal.
seem to be a
I
bag.
mean, have you seen? I really want to know, who the customer is and how
I don't know what I
dangerous
did,
this is.
but thanks for checking.
Have you seen anybody that's only on 7-OH, not on fentanyl, heroin,
I haven't.
oxy?
I haven't, and again, part of it is because we're here very early. Very early.
I'll leave you
I
alone.
haven't seen.
Have you seen who's
Other than
convinced
Vince,
others to buy this?
Talking to the dog.
other than Vince
Oh.
Sanders on a podcast talking about being the titan of 7-OH, I've never heard any other podcast or any big media talk about it. And the stories published just a few weeks ago by the Kansas City Star about CBD American Shaman were some of the first that covered 7-OH. So it's very, very early. And in Maine in particular, fentanyl is so widely available and so cheap that I don't think that people have been pushed in this direction yet.
Gotcha.
There are Dominican drug cartels that run very easy fentanyl markets in Maine. They don't get a lot of harassment from law enforcement. For $20, you can stay high on fentanyl all day. It's very inexpensive, and we give away needles for free. But as the
Give away needles for free up there?
Yes, we stopped doing needle exchange under COVID. Governor Janet Mills suspended the one-to-one needle exchange.
She's great. You can't even buy a flavored nicotine pouch.
In Maine. In Portland, yeah, some states are cracking
You
down.
can, in Portland, you'll get some free needles to shoot up fentanyl.
Actually, I sent a reporter undercover into the exchange in Portland, and he got needles, but he also got a boofing kit.
A what?
A boofing kit.
What's a boofing kit?
If you've so thoroughly abused your veins that you can't get fentanyl in, the boofing kit is a non-needle syringe with some lubricant that you put in your butt.
Boof.
It's called Boofing.
Yeah.
I've not tried that, but we did get a we did get a boofing kit. In Maine, you can't get mint flavored tobacco pouches in some cities, but you can get free boofing kits to squirt Dominican fentanyl up your ass and
Thank
free
God.
needles.
Thank God.
But they did away with the one-to-one needle exchange requirement, and instead you get one box of 100 needles. And there was actually just an attempt to bring back the needle exchange requirement in the city of Lewiston that was voted down. And so we've got needles everywhere. I mean, the exchange program worked because users had to collect their dirty needles and bring them back, and they were put into sharps containers, and then they could get clean needles. And now there's just needles through all of our public spaces. And this entire program, keep in mind, was created in order to prevent the spread of bloodborne illnesses like Hep C and AIDS. And this year, Maine had its biggest ever spike of Hep C and HIV related to a cluster of individuals in Bangor who were all customers of the needle exchange clinic there. Wow. I want to show you something really
Alright, I think I found a decent app server. Not crowded at all.
We're all customers of the needle exchange clinic there.
It says sunset?
No.
That's a logo on top. That's why I think you haven't seen 7-OH take off to the extent that it will. I mean, we're on the cusp of it. This is, in the undercover video that I supplied your producers with, you'll see an individual who goes into CBD American Shaman store locations, and he talks with sales rep after sales rep after sales rep about products, not specifically those, but basically the same thing. Their 7-OH, their tablets, their drink mixes, whatever. And the sales reps are like, they're reading off a script. This is all natural. This this is plant-based. You'll be able to stop taking your prescription painkillers. You'll be able to stop taking your prescription Adderall. This is healthy. It's not addictive. We just recommend that you take it for 2 days and then take 1 day off, and then take it for 2 days and then 1 day off. But
It says right here, kratom may be addictive.
Yeah.
On the package. And they're telling people it's not addictive.
I mean, you can see it in the undercover video, the way they're marketing it.
The CBD American Shaman employees you're about to see are not doctors. Yet they claim this drug can treat many different ailments, none of which are on the label.
That's something for the main things from pain like that.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah. Now, of course, it's really great for
The only thing that's ever worked for my pain was after my surgery. It was hydrocodone. That would be like a comparable, because nothing ever works.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These are very strong, and they're really great for chronic pain.
I'll be honest, I've used a lot of prescription drugs. These are so much cleaner and better, and I'm very grateful.
It kind of like replaced it?
For me, 100%. I know 100%. Because we're trying.
I'll try one, whatever you recommend, for sure. Do people use it for rec, like just at the end of the day?
Relax, yes. Some people do use it instead of alcohol or instead of sex or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But definitely use it to relax and chill out and to cope with that pain.
I have customers who successfully switched from pharmaceutical, like opiates, to this. Popular people buying it? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's probably about close to half of my business these days.
My days don't slow down. Between work, the gym, and time with the kids, I need eyewear that...
It's deja vu back to the beginning of the prescription opioid epidemic, when you had like the Federation of State Medical Boards, which is just a non-profit. It's not a government entity. It's a non-profit that was created and positioned itself as the head of the medical boards and some medical licensure processes. But the Federation of State Medical Boards actually commissioned books advertising and touting the safetiness of prescription opioids, and later solicited
It's weird
donations
because
from
there's so many trees everywhere
some of the companies making these prescription
because nobody's
opioids
spammed all
in
over
order
the
to
place.
spread this book and this pro-opioid material to different doctors' offices. So it's the same exact thing is unfolding, except for instead of doctors' offices, it's happening at head shops and tobacco shops. And
There's at least one unlocked gas collector.
where they're saying, "Oh no, this is a safe, natural way for you to just live better. It's an anxiolytic. It's gonna help you be a happier, more productive person. Oh, you need pain, just take a little bit of this natural cure-all. There's no downside whatsoever."
So is your fear that as the fentanyl crisis, as we tackle that, hopefully they're making some damage to the fentanyl trade. We saw this in Florida, right, with all the pill mills. Yeah, all the pill mills popped up, opiates, oxy. Then they cracked down on the pill mills. Everybody went to heroin.
Oh, there's an open vein.
Is that what your fear is?
The same exact
When
dynamic.
we crack down on the fentanyl crisis, they move into 7-OH.
Yeah, it's the same exact dynamic. I mean,
I want to know, how much of this does somebody have to take to get the same effects? That would be interesting to know. And what are the actual effects? Will it turn you into, a straight addict where this is all you think about all day long? Are there withdrawal symptoms? Can you function without?
I mean, in some contexts with kratom, and I would assume 7-OH, there have been withdrawal side effects. I don't know if they're like debilitating flu-like with
So
fentanyl
much
and prescription opioids, but I would assume that it's one of those things
Then I
where
forget about
you've got to
these,
experience it
about
to
these
really
plants.
know what it actually feels like. But it's so new that we don't have a population of people who are 7-OH
Tell you what, though, I'm
addicts
getting
who
ready
have
for
gone
some
into
cake.
treatment who can describe what that process was like. We don't have people who are in recovery specifically from 7OH at this point who can describe what that process is like. Because again, they're new products, but it is my fear that they're
some cake and some coffee.
Yes.
Get Cox 300 meg internet with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee,
my
plus
goodness.
Wi-Fi equipment included. Just $45 a month
YouTube
when you
and
add
your
Cox Mobile.
commercials.
Requires Cox Mobile Gig Unlimited. Mobile data speeds
like
reduced after 20
crazy.
gigs usage per month. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
The kind of messages about where to buy, the fake hemp that's actually cannabis spreads quickly in drug circles. They've got like stickers outside of hemp shops that can communicate where to buy the real weed that's, fake cannabis, fake hemp. The idea about kratom or 7OH or any of these synthetic drugs, the message moves very quickly in drug-using circles, and if the price of fentanyl starts to dry up because of the success that the Trump administration has had shutting down not just the southern border, but also the super labs on the Canadian border, then it's microeconomics. The supply of fentanyl shrinks, the price goes up, and suddenly the $8 package of pills at the head shop looks much more attractive. I think that the federal government is a little bit ahead of the curve in some ways, because they've begun, like I said, the FDA is asking the DEA to schedule 7OH. They're sending letters to some vape stores and tobacco stores telling them, warning them, don't sell these products. That's like a prelude to armed DEA agents kicking in your door and raiding your shop. The same goes for some of the illicit cannabis that's being sold, but really it's like one kind of network of quasi-legal businesses hustling these synthetic drugs and quasi-legal drugs through the same system. And you're starting to see more and more law enforcement actions from the federal level. Like all the time, there's state-level raids of vape shops. There were some vape shops hit recently where it was Operation Vape Trail. This was a federal initiative shutting down some vape shops that were just selling good old-fashioned THC, and they were pretending that they were selling nicotine or CBD or something like that. And 3 of them happened to be operated by Chinese nationals who just so happened to operate vape shops close to
They
US
raided a
military
couple warehouses here a couple months back.
Texas. And some of these vape shops had tunnels underneath them that look like what you would see from Hamas or the Sinaloa cartel. So if you're a vape shop that needs to use the same kind of techniques and tactics as Hamas or Sinaloa, you're probably doing something that's not legal. That's not strictly above board. So I do think that the federal government is a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to cracking down on this stuff, but waiting in the wings, like with bath salts, are new formulations of 7OH. Because it's just a synthetic drug, it's just a molecule, and they know you've got this spot in your brain where the derivatives of the poppy seed can go plug in and make you feel euphoria. And they made it into Percocet and Oxycontin and hydrocodone and all these different chemicals, and then they found another somewhat naturally occurring version of that alkaloid in the chemical formulations coming from the kratom
I take
plant.
hydro sometimes.
They're finding new
If I'm
ones.
having a
I'm already
bad
aware
day.
of 2nd and 3rd generation versions of 7OH that will hit the market as soon as 7OH is cracked down on.
Oh my god,
weed.
Because
let me
the
back
federal government's
on.
approach is to ban,
but-
a molecule.
Yeah, I can't
So
afford it.
7OH illegal.
I smoke weed
then
and
newer
take a
versions
leave.
of the product will come out, and the process will start again.
The leave is worse than
where
ibuprofen on your
the
stomach.
using community learns about the product, and then law enforcement starts seeing it pop up, and then it gets to the
for me.
political level,
A
and they
leave?
decide that they're going to ban it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
And throughout this entire process,
One of the people I used to
gobs
work
and
with
gobs and gobs of
was in the
money
hospital for a week because his stomach started bleeding because of it.
whether it's the 7OH
I had
thing
never heard of-
or the
And
legalization
I found
of
out
marijuana
it's
in
worse than
Maine,
ibuprofen.
the lesson that I learned through what's now 2 years of investigative reporting is that we're dealing with amounts of money that normal people just can't understand. Like when you legalized marijuana in Maine, they had
I've
all
only
these
ever found one
estimates
strain
about
that
what the sales were going to be like
takes away
and
my
what
pain.
the taxes were going to be like Our
There's no
schools were
guarantee
going
to
to
get
be
it all the
better.
time.
Our roads were going to be better. Our
Mine
police
police.
departments were going to be better funded because of all the tax
No.
revenue coming from this. It was all a lie. None of it turned out to be true. But they radically underestimated the size of the market. It's going to be, 300 million, 400 million.
Another thing is just putting hot water on my
Probably
head.
like 5 billion, on its way to 10 billion. We're growing to supply the
Stop it,
demand
Lons.
for the rest of the country, or at least the part of the country that Oklahoma and California aren't
Started
supplying.
thinking about coughing, started coughing.
When a state legalizes, like Ohio has done recently, you basically break a dam that was holding back access to billions of dollars. And the kinds of people that attracts, whether it's Chinese cartels,
Did you say you need
or
biotoxin?
American cartels, or
Yes.
pharmaceutical companies,
Thank
or
you. Send
big,
back over here.
big corporate
Okay.
players, are maybe
I
not
need to
the
get a
kind of
horse,
people
and I can
that
get
are the most
more.
ethical operators. And the people will do crazy shit for $10,000.
But I keep forgetting.
What would you do for $1 billion? Or it's a big problem that Maine was totally unprepared to grapple with. And we did not have the immune system to deal with the kind of forces that were unleashed when we legalized marijuana, and the Chinese cartels were just one of the examples willing to come in here and just totally ransack the state.
I'm the blue-collar working man's guy.
Oh my goodness. Can we just have a commercial?
No one will ever outwork me. I wake up and work in the ranch. Is
That's
there
a
any
120.
record of anybody
Yeah, I have my
overdosing
gun.
or, fatally overdosing on this stuff? I have a tweet here from Matt Gates that says, how many people has 7-OH killed? I can't find a single case where there wasn't some other drug like
this is the wrong
fentanyl in the
tool.
system when someone has died with 7-OH. Maybe I'm missing something. By comparison, Tylenol kills 550 people per year. And so, this isn't to blast Matt Gates by any means, but, it does bring up a relevant point, right? That if there are no documented deaths just from 7-OH, is it that bad?
Yeah, I think Matt raises an interesting point, but it's not because those deaths aren't happening, it's because they're not being tracked. If we were to do a random survey of just small town police departments and ask them what 7-OH, how many would be able to tell you what 7-OH is, I would say it'd be very low percentage would be able to tell you what it is. The more important thing, I think, about that tweet is who paid Matt Gates to ask that question.
Yeah.
Why is Matt Gates asking about 7-OH? Why is he defending the 7-OH industry?
That was another point that I was about to bring up. Who in the government is, who's lobbying for this?
Well, the Kentucky senators certainly have an interest in protecting the hemp industry. So on that side, there is a caucus of Republicans who are committed to keeping hemp legalized, and that means keeping the hemp loophole open. But specific to 7-OH, I think it's less well understood because it is so new. And again, like with small town cops, if you were to poll, the U.S. Senate or the U.S. House of Representatives and ask them what 7-OH is, they don't know. But there are trade associations that have formed to represent the interests of 7-OH producers, just like there are trade associations formed to represent the interests of hemp producers, and trade associations exist for one purpose, to communicate an industry's priorities to the political sphere, and oftentimes that involves financial contributions to campaign committees. I don't think it's an accident that Matt randomly tweets out about 7-OH. It seems like it's an innocuous tweet, just kind of saying, like, shouldn't we be focused on, fentanyl and other priorities? But there's going to be. I'd be interested to hear the story behind why that message came out. Just like I'd be interested to hear more about Representative Comer's recent message about the importance of the hemp industry for America, because I've looked pretty hard and I can't find hemp being used in industrial applications, but I can find plenty of examples like this of this is a hemp product, a smokable hemp product purchased at a gas station in Lewiston, Maine, that has THCP on it, and there's one lab that makes THCP, and it's located in Shanghai, China, and you can go online and you can buy it in large chemical formulations, and you can take your hemp plant matter and sprinkle THCP on it, and if you smoke this, you'll get high. You'll be more likely to have a schizophrenic episode and tachycardia, which racing hard, but you'll get high, and if you're desperate to get high, it'll work for you. But this is the kind of hemp product that I'm familiar with. I haven't seen a lot of hemp rope or hemp shirts or hemp t-shirts proliferating, which is what the people advocating for the hemp industry have said was the purpose of advocating for it. But it's, the reason why I bring up hemp in the context of the 7OH conversation is because they're really the same conversation, and there'll be new ones. A year from now, there'll be a new formulation of 7OH, and the following year, there'll be a new kind of drug, and our regulatory system will be really slow to catch up to it, and they'll get better as the science gets better. Already, we have labs capable of producing very high-quality synthetic drugs. The more they experiment with cannabinoids and marijuana, the more they'll be able to finely tune the drugs that are available at these locations. So it's just a problem that I think society and law enforcement will have to deal with. But right now they seem not, I don't want to say lethargic, but just like not equipped to deal with the scope of the problem. There's a lot of people, we're having a gubernatorial race in Maine now, and I've said that the law enforcement budget in the state could double easily, and still not be adequate to tackle the problems that we're facing, from organized crime to petty crime, street crime, and this drug aspect is one part of it, and it's because there's so much money to be made, so much, selling a product that someone is addicted to. There's a lot of money to be made in that.
So I mean, you can drink it, you can vape it, you can take a pill. I mean, are there any other?
Depending on how it's formulated, I think it has to be I'm not aware of an injectable form. It has to be formulated differently in order to be vapable, and the only combinations of vapable 7OH I found were in combination with THC.
Okay.
But again, these were, available on websites that are still legal in some cases, shipped through the United States Postal Service, purchased totally legally. There are no laws that I'm aware of against 7OH. There are some counties, maybe, in southern states that have developed ordinances against them, but by and large, states have yet to figure out what's going on and prohibit it. But it's happening, in Maine at least, it's happening systematically. The same family that purchased the Bros 2, where I got those tablets next to Tucker's studio, has purchased other gas stations and convenience stores in Maine.
I'm drunk.
And almost every gas station and convenience store and motel in Maine north of Portland has been purchased by basically the same family. And the playbook that they run once they purchase it is to stop making the red hot dogs and chicken parmesan sandwiches and pizza and bring in the pipes and the fake hemp products and the 7OH products. And,
Man, you can't have the pipes without the food.
Done according to a plan, and the goal might not be to, weaken the American people broadly by getting them addicted to shady shit like, high potency THC or THCP or 7OH. That's the effect of it, though. And the other effect of it is to make gobs and gobs of money. I just can't
Alright,
emphasize
we
enough
got a spot
how
held
much
down
money
over
is
here
being
on
made
ad.
on this. It's a different podcast, the Freakonomics podcast,
Right
did an
next to a
episode,
charge.
I think maybe
Charge
last
zone
year,
tool.
all about marijuana,
Yes.
and they noted that last year was the first year where the total number of daily active marijuana users surpassed daily active alcohol users, and I think that probably underestimates the actual trend that we're seeing, where daily active marijuana use has become not just destigmatized, but totally normalized as a form of like having a cup of coffee or taking medicine or, you know, popping a nicotine pouch, and the amount of money being made there is huge, and a lot of it is being poured into politics. And it was something that I realized too late in my reporting on this. You know, once I'd gone around all of these different Chinese grow houses and documented them and had like hard proof
Oops,
and like
forgot to
tax records and all this, I thought I was gonna publish my story and the cops were gonna show up and be like, okay, we're taking care of it now, done, problem over, and I'd move on to my next story and go report on like welfare fraud or tax policy or something. But that didn't happen. Nothing happened. In fact, the operation professionalized, grew, and got even better and got even bolder. And one of the few differences I noticed was that there were some Republican lobbyists and Republican politicians and non-Republicans who used to like me and want to make small talk with me at the State House, who no longer wanted to make eye contact with me and stopped picking up the phone when I called.
What companies are they using? I have two nonprofits that they're using for kind of like lobbying firms, it sounds like, for some type of protection.
So there's the Hemp Roundtable is a conglomeration of people who represent the hemp industry and say that they're representing the industrial purposes, but there's also state level associations. So there's like the Kentucky Association for Hemp or something like that. So there's a couple of those, and then there's one that I know that I believe Vince Sanders is affiliated with, called it's Hope 7 or 7 Hope. So 7OH is their logo, but they've got some of these I don't know if they're technically filed as 501c3 groups or if they're just websites or organizations, but there is a concerted PR effort being funded with some of this money to represent 7OH as a medical cure to the fentanyl epidemic. They want, and you know, instead of consuming the fentanyl that's being trafficked over the border or, you know, pill pressed with Chinese precursors at super labs in Canada, they want you taking their products instead. And you know, I don't know personally people who have gone down the kratom or 7OH path as a means of recovery from heroin or fentanyl. I've heard from other people about that being used as an approach, and it never ends with a full recovery from substances. Generally, it's more of you're switching the person you're buying your substances from. You're switching substances.
Is there anybody against this in government?
I don't know that there's enough education. I don't know that they know. Again, you know, if you poll U.S. senators and ask them if they know about it, I doubt that they know about this. And it gets back to the question that Matt Gaetz asked: is how many people died about it? Like, how many bodies need to stack up before it rises to the level of concern for a United States senator? I don't know.
Yeah, they're gonna test it out first.
I guess one of the reasons why I'm happy for the opportunity to talk with you about it is because we are at a point
We're
where
a corporation,
we're really
we're a
early with the
research
development
place.
of this product and can
Yo.
and we don't have to be where we were with the prescription opioid epidemic, where you had millions, tens of millions of people who had a doctor give them a prescription and they wound up addicted to it. And they went from taking a product that a licensed medical doctor provided to them to out on the street looking for, you know, heroin to get their dope smoke sickness to go away. So we're still very early to it. I would suspect that there are some politicians who are in the medical world who would understand the inherent danger of a product that acts on your opioid receptors. Like, that's a code word for drug users, for sure, but it's also a very real, medical reality that those substances in those 7-OH tabs are going to tickle the same parts of your brain that fentanyl or morphine or Percocet would, and they're going to create in you that same sensation. And they'll also be, relieved or you'll be saved from Narcan, which is designed the opioid reversal drug or the overdose reversal drug. So it's in almost every way except for how it's formulated and where
saved your baby. Get away
raw
from me.
ingredients originate from. It's identical to morphine or any other opioid. Hopefully now there will be more concern, or at least some attention to it. And I should have said Mark Wayne Mullen, the senator from Oklahoma. He's familiar with it and has talked about it publicly and knows what it is. If you haven't had him on, I'm sure you've had him on. I haven't. He would be good to have on this, and especially too because the Chinese drug trafficking in Oklahoma is different and probably worse than in Maine because of the geographic characteristics of Oklahoma and the way they have their licensure process set up. You just have huge greenhouses, like city-sized complexes controlled by Chinese drug cartels, where Chinese migrants are smuggled across the border. They have their passports and their phones taken, and they're sent out there. They're like lured there, told that they're getting flower cutting jobs or flower arranging jobs, when in reality they're just going to be cannabis slaves. And it's a huge problem in Oklahoma, and they only have a medicinal program there, no adult use recreational program, just medicinal. And I think they've got 5,000 or 6,000 registered medicinal growers, and Oklahoma authorities have estimated that maybe 3,000 of those are suspected of ties to Chinese organized crime. Wow. And they've had Republican politicians, prosecutors, officials who have been investigated or indicted for taking bribes from some of those cases. So Oklahoma has had a tremendous problem with this. And we actually found a few ties to Oklahoma. We found, there's some shared addresses or people we believe came from Oklahoma, but I was in Eastport, Maine at a old sardine cannery. Eastport's like the furthest east city in Maine. You can see Campobello Island, which is where FDR used to have his summer White House. It's technically Canada. And there's this beautiful building, sardine cannery, that a guy named Jimmy Wong had purchased and turned into, supposedly he was going to export lobsters to China and all the stuff in the ocean that Americans don't eat, but the Chinese do. He was going to harvest it, freeze it, sell it, make a bunch of money, and everyone believed it. But it ended up just being a human trafficking operation and a marijuana growing operation. And we were in that facility after it had been cleaned out by the guy who owned it, and we noticed that tacked up to block out the light from coming in and ruining the marijuana plants, and also to keep prying eyes out, there was like an Oklahoma State University tablecloth had been tacked up on the wall. It's like, that's not an accident. These guys aren't fans of Oklahoma State, Oklahoma State University football. Like, somehow, vehicles from Oklahoma came to Eastport, Maine, as part of the same criminal organization that was trafficking in people.
5825. All right, I updated the thing in Discord.
And growing huge amounts of marijuana to sell across the United States by virtue of the hemp loophole. Wow, man.
I'm sick of this shit. Have you seen the ads of the Blue Soldier getting
Oh my
the
god, I'm
Yeah, I'm
sick
sick
of
of that
this
shit.
too.
It's totally fake and
Wow, man.
What am I missing, Steve? Covered a lot of info there.
We have. I don't know that we're missing much.
Well, I just just want to say, you know, like I mentioned, I've had a lot of friends reach out to me about the 708 stuff, wanting me to cover it, and from various people, and then we found you, and so I just want to say thank you for shining
You've
a light
watched
on this.
you've listened to 2 hours and 30 minutes of this.
And something we should all
Yeah,
for.
I
It
thought
sounds
about
like
turning it down, but then I was
sounds
like,
like we're pretty
nah.
early on
But I
this,
want to be
and
like,
I think
what?
this is going to gain some traction.
Every time I didn't hear nothing.
So I think you're not just early.
I
think
can only
you're
take so
first,
much.
And I think that there's going to be
Where is my
new
server?
developments in the story as the second generation and the third generation of those opioid products come out, and what we're really going to be dealing with is a phenomenon of how do we as a society control the kind
I'm gonna
of
make some
mind-altering
oatmeal.
substances and addictive drugs that we allow to be sold
Cake.
at gas
I keep
stations
forgetting
and
about that.
convenience stores. Because right now the regulatory
Soon as I
barriers
spawn
to
in.
creating, marketing, and
I
spreading
kind
a
of don't
product
want
like
to.
that
Quacky finally
all
got
across the
comfortable in
United
my lap.
States
Up and down,
are
up and down,
very,
up and
very
down.
low. And it's when there's
Makes you moved
such
over.
a large amount
Like,
of money
no,
to be
come
made,
back and sit down.
it's, there's really nothing.
It's just shit that pushed me off the couch.
And you don't have to
No.
be wearing your tinfoil hat to see how
You
it's
sit like
in
that
the
little
interest of
dog.
America's enemies to have everybody
The shit I
gas
thought
station heroin,
thing is
and have
hooked to my
everybody
hip
smoking
most of the
gas
time.
station weed, and have everybody
I forgot to
sucking on these
rename my
little
bed
pens
when I moved
made
it.
by Chinese chemists in Flushing, New York.
It's spawn on mine. You know it's next to mine. It's not.
Yeah.
It's a bunk bed, so it takes less
Oh
time.
well, I forgot that it was a bunk bed. I just used Jay's bed. He ain't using it.
What's
Oh
his-
shit, he
Garfield's
is.
son's using it. No, Garfield's son's using it.
Oh, little
I'll be
scrawny,
back.
tiny little thing. His diaper don't fit. Oh my goodness, robot. You're a robot. I fucking hate these things. It's up here where the beds are. I thought it was you running over here. Nope, it's a robot. And it's coming this way. Oh, it's going back. Oh, it's going up the stairs. Man, just close this. No, because you took the top off. I wish I could take my top off. Look. Talking to myself. Watch out, Clark. Oh, I know her was sleeping good. Shut up, Toby. Yeah, I gotta get through. You gotta move. You gotta move, my bookie. You guys are not getting my spinach. Move.
Okay, I'm back.
Man,
What were you screaming at the robot for?
it came up the freaking stairs. I thought it was you coming.
Oh no, he there. If some things need spark powder, gets the spark powder out of the box down there and stuff.
Oh, hell no. Those things freak me out on here.
Ooh, this one's got a blue light. I didn't know they had different lights. Ugh. Fast learner one, me.
Alright, got my oven made. I'll be right back.
Okay. One of them bears gave me a yellow kibble.
Chop. High five. Oh shoot. Forgot to dig a hole. Have to do it in the morning. Damn, I'm on a fucking roll. And 2 dogs and 2 cats in a year. 3 out of the 4 were old age. The other one was just aggressive.
Well, it's getting you ready to turn a new page.
Yeah.
A seafood life. Over here in District 5. Oh, wait, I'm 3 or maybe 1 in year 5, I think. Hunger Games.
Yeah. I have the books. Never seen the movies. Wait. Do I have those
Fucking
books?
weirdo.
I think I have books. Same with Divergent. Those I have the books. I've never seen the movies.
I've seen part of the movies.
And I have all 3 of those. It was a really good deal in digital, so. Nope. Haven't watched them yet.
I was having to try to explain to Big Head the other day that all these movies that he's bought online, he can't download them and put them on anything.
Nope. You don't technically own them.
Yes, I was trying to tell him that you don't own them, you own the rights to view them.
Yep.
I'm like, they tricked you. Chocolate cake.
I was about to ask if you are eating that artificial chocolate. There's some more biotoxin in there.
I'll put all the stuff back. I gotta get some more ammo in that pile.
Oh shoot, my duck. I forgot to put my duck up. Look at it's fucking dead on the table. Look at the way it died. Oh man, that's too funny.
Peking duck.
Yeah.
I told you it died. Did you not hear me say that?
No.
Set up the Hesperonychus died.
No, I didn't hear you say that. This one's still okay. It wasn't a baby. It had plenty of food in it. I don't know, whatever.
Oh.
It's the way it freaking died, though. Oh, man. Fuck, that's funny. Oh my goodness, this fucking robot.
Why are you so worried about it?
They freaked me out down here. Ran right into it. Shut up. I did lose my gun. I don't know what I did with it. Oh, and here's frickin' walls. I didn't have enough walls on aberration.
Yeah.
I just found some.
Jesus, what are you doing to the animals? They're all screaming. You don't hear that?
No, I don't have my game sound up.
Sound like some animal was getting levels put into it.
Oh, found my gun.
After this cake and coffee, I'm going to search for some more ammonites, I guess. Well, I know the cave that they're in, but I'm not fucking going in that cave.
Steve said
Bunny's
he
got a
would.
really good.
You what?
Bunny's got a really good saddle on it, though. Underwater cave?
Yeah, he said he would. He was talking about it the last time he was on.
He also hadn't moved out of the basin, like, since the last time it was on.
2 weeks. He was on Australis for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, the longest I seen him over there was that day he was hunting at Elderclaws with me.
Mm-hmm. What do you want? You don't get any till I'm done.
I'm glad she wanted to go outside and bargain at the corner. Ain't no way she having this cake.
Don't know what I'm doing. Becky, shut up. Like a chan.
Little robot is putting in some work though.
Yeah.
He has moved some hell amounts of them motherfucking things out of that thing. And I have put a whole bunch of them in them gachas. I don't even know what the gachas are set on anymore.
Oh man. Have to make some more dye. Or this ghoulie suit.
Oh, that's how I needed to fix too, is my ghillie suit. Oh, I'm about to jump in the water with just a ghillie suit on too.
Mm-hmm.
That's not gonna be a good idea.
Clacky, stop. Seriously. I can hear you
One
over
of
my
those
headset.
days, Maywing is fucking at the bottom. God damn it. Shut myself in the door and now I can't get it to fucking stay open anyways. There it is.
Oh, fuck.
Get out of here, robot. You can't go over there. That'd be probably a good idea too, to leave all the cryos and Anki.
Fuck, this doesn't tell me what time your string's on. That's fucking funny. Quit, little dog.
Oh. Run off without that damn thing again.
Laughing at you getting stuck in the door.
I know. I know. Oh, this fucking weirdo keeps going. I mean, he's filling up the thing, but he'll go. Oh, it's because he can't hit that fucking thing and it's got all the.
What are you fucking playing with?
Later, dude. Such a long circle. Yeah, I guess Saru cannot use the second chemistry bench.
Why'd you let him out the door?
For that. See where he wanted to go.
Oh.
It was to the second chemistry bench. See? When I took it off, it came back inside. Sometimes you gotta run debugging programs with them. See what the fuck's bugging their program. So I was like, oh man, he's just wanting to run out that door. And I fucking opened it. Let's see where he goes. So he made this giant ass circle. I was like, he's gonna go jump off the side of the cliff. And all of a sudden he came back, and I was like, well, okay, nope. He didn't have a death wish. Damn it, not bad. That's how it's like. It's like, why did I just get the scuba gear? Fucking robot. Oh, because I wanted to be like, hey, where's he going? There she goes a barking again. I want to say it's a cat or probably a possum or something. Oh god, it's so hot in here. I'm gonna have to turn the air conditioner on. Look, it's saying it's like 78 degrees. Whoa, trees.
I hate that tree. Always fucking run into it and get stuck.
Part of me felt, because I was looking out the door and it's raining outside in the game. I can hear it. Part of me felt like it was raining outside. And then I was like, Missy wouldn't be outside.
I wish it would rain. Supposed to be getting the first freeze here in the first week of November.
Here, like next week or so, around the Halloween area, We're supposed to get down. Telling us we're supposed to get down into like the 30s and stuff. I was like, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But I keep telling everybody it's gonna snow here again. They're like, nah, that was just a fluke. I'm like, nah, something changed. The weather pattern changed. Our fucking spring and summer and fall was all totally different than it normally is.
We're having actual seasons.
Yeah, we don't normally have that here in Florida. We have two, hot and cold.
Yeah.
Damn sure don't have leaf change. I just always watch that in pictures. Well, no, the one lady has that maple tree thingy over there that changes leaves. I can't say not all the leaves. Some of the imported trees still change. But all the palm trees definitely don't. Started using my metal grinder instead of the apple. So I could at least keep catch afterwards. And then throw some of that in the one ear on the bowl. But man, I went over there and smoked a bowl with him today. I was like, I didn't even want more than the half of another one. I was just like, I'm done. Oh my goodness, my lungs. I'm high, bro. I don't need to. I don't know if I'm high or fucking lack of oxygen. Everybody at the community center was probably like, that motherfucker's dying. Because that fucking bowl that he always likes to smoke out of. She's sitting out here on the front porch, looking over that way. See if that thing's fucking coming across the fence or whatever. Her nose is up, ears is back. You ain't talking. Did you DC? Yep, you DC'd. I heard your beep beep. least you're in the base. I thought maybe he was outside the base still.
Oh my
USB
goodness.
back.
That took forever. I don't even think it was like 5 minutes, but it felt like a really long time.
Do whatever you need to do, air conditioner, but you need to turn on. Fucking suck some of this cold air out. It's like 67 outside, but like 78 inside. I can slowly start getting, but this is like the temperature. I want it warm, like this during the winter time.
That's too hot in the winter. I turned ours down to like 68 in the winter.
Well, 73. I don't like cold.
No.
I don't do good in cold. Just walking home from Big Head's house last night and the sun went down. I was fucking shivering on the way back.
Yeah. I don't like being cold, but I like the cold.
Man, I'll deal with it to go snowboarding and stuff, but I don't like it.
Making me jealous over here. I want to not breathe.
I make sure I didn't have my Drake in on me again like I did the other day when I jumped in the water. I said, oh shit. I Start hearing his little fucking wings flapping. I did not say scoot over the water. I said go into the water.
Oh, get it from both
The
sides.
Pleurodon hates me? The hell?
They just disappeared.
Yeah. It's like following me out. Yeah, it's a little Pleurodon. Makes me think that there's an ammonite near. I don't see any. But this thing is after me like crazy.
That's so weird. It's usually they try to avoid people. Can you get back to my lap, Quack? I know I didn't share any 'cause I'm not done yet.
Damn, is that thing still chasing me?
I'm back here. I just want to eat you.
I noticed there's a lot more silica pearls on the bottom of this floor now. There wasn't silica pearls like this before.
Oh yeah, that blue boy said that at the bottom of his base is low. I accidentally deleted the waypoint. Not in the general area. I ain't going down there. I'll drown. I just could give him an ab.
What?
Pearls.
Oh. That's good. I got you.
Watch out to grab some when I'm over there. I didn't. So.
Oh god, I'm at the corner. Am I in the ice? Oh my god, I'm in the ice. I'm at the fucking mosasaur.
Shoot.
It's crazy I've gone that far. In that little time that I've left the base. need some Googles. Just ain't seeing these things.
That's fucking funny. Me and Pam,
Huh?
that's funny because me and Pam we call Google Goggle. Oh my goodness, you almost fell off. Are you okay? Yeah, good.
Can you see where I'm doing laps in the map around the bottom of the ocean? Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty down there.
Oh no, I meant like if you're in the server, because I'm back to the fucking Pearl area that I was talking about before. Just doing laps. I can't even find any. But everything else, yep, I can find that. Look at all the pearls down here though. Jesus. No, not that again. Hey bro, you can't come out of the water. Damn it. Nope, Ammonite's another one of those things you can't search for. Found everything else in this damn sea except for omnivores. The sunrise right here. Wow. I flew through that whole canyon right there. Like I was in a fucking fighter pilot plane. I swear I put that in my inventory.
It shouldn't be too hard to reprogram myself once I crack the code.
I'm inside the gotcha. It's, yeah. Oh, jeez. Did your party crap out again? Oh, I hear you now. It just got quiet again. But when it gets quiet, I know one of two things: you disconnected or you're getting sleepy. Mm. I can imagine. Your internet likes to play games like it tells you when to get off and stop playing. Mine just steadily hits with 15-minute timers and lockouts. I'm getting to the end of my coffee. I'll throw you in the hole. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 10. Son of a bitch. It's gonna be a Halloween night. Oh, November 1st, I think. or Halloween night or November 1st one to do. And a little closer, but whenever these vaults on this other place all decay where I can demolish loud. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside. And 6, 7 outside. So 7 vaults over here in total. Also wanted, since everything over here is in stone, I wanted to reset it anyways. Count the timer down. Nine minutes. It's enough time to fly over. Ooh. Let's say that's a pink parasaur. I got closer and it loaded up and it was a tech parasaur. It was like a... And it was like gray. Like nowhere near pink. Crap, that only took like 2 minutes to fly over here. Hmm? I was shooting parasaurs? Oh, you not got up to that point where I start shooting? No, I didn't even shoot one. They're too far away. $333. Whoa! Your mic is really picking up your bowl hit clanging. I don't know. I don't know why. It's barely even, like, the couple of times you did, though, it did. But maybe it's because the TV, too. It seems to be picking. Because I guess you're watching TV now. I would be, too. It does, and it doesn't. Sometimes you also have to, like, click it to, like, restart it sometimes. Oh my god, little white bugs, I'm so tired of you. I'm close. Huh? Ah, so I'm closing the door. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to them bugs. I will. With my what? Minute 15 left. Oh my god. But y'all gotta touch me. Just go fucking float in front of the light. Fucking quick, come over here and touch me. They keep going over here and landing on my forehead and my glasses. Which makes me feel like my forehead is shiny as my glasses or something now. It does feel pretty oily though. Uh-oh. Couple more sips of coffee left. Fucking meat. I didn't even eat you, you son of a bitch. Guess what? You can stay in this fucking place so somebody else can eat you if I can take you with them. You mother trucker, just let me type. Thank you. I knew I was making it out in a minute 15 when I said that earlier. I don't care about that stupid meat. You never renamed your bed. Even though you said that and then spawned in Jay's bed and then I guess never... You got distracted by somebody else being in Jay's bed. The fucking Yetis get 4% during the week and 11% during the weekend. "17 more hours until it's adolescent." Yeah, they're still looking in the crawfish. Nothing. He's down here stuck in the corners and wanting to do circles in the floor. Just running around like a fucking little happy idiot down here. So every time that thing runs out of one spark powder, he comes down here and gets one spark powder. That's what's going on. It's keeping it like super fucking full to the max. Sorry, it's done. It's filled all the thing up with fucking plant species. Y traps. So I should just put up a fucking big vault. What I should do? Should move the gotchas and the fucking move the gotchas and the other thing up there. And then I can throw that stuff up there. So many. The Pecos got more blue and green shit in it than it does fucking regular fucking resources it's trying to make. Motherfucker. Spend more time fucking grinding on this shit. Damn, this gotcha's got 45 fucking levels. Oh, it's the Pego. Even better. I'll be able to click at a bigger distance. Oh my god, we're at 15 UDX again. 15 plus how many you collected? 4. Woohoo, that's 19. I almost make 20. I almost forgot I got the 30 from that Dragon Horde thing. Mother trucker. Trying to fix my scuba suit and the damn thingamajigger again. Smithy. Oh yeah. That's what your character said too when it lay down. Oops, that's not the secret door. It's like, why isn't it open then? Alright. So I need more ammonite bile before I can start raising any more of them thingamajiggers. Elderclaws.